Chapter 968 Other Self. The two Ji-Wus looked at each other. Left side Ji-Wu did not hide his excitement. After so many years, so many nights spent in despair, he finally saw hope. Meanwhile, right side Ji-Wu was surprised. After so many years, he had almost accepted what had happened. If not for his other self's obsession, he might have left this place long ago, leaving his own life. But since he also had an opportunity, he would not hesitate to take it. After all, he also wanted to see her again. They glanced back at Wang Wei. "Your Majesty, what do you have in mind?" They knew they had little to offer, but since the Heavenly Emperor asked, he must have something they wanted. At this point, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for such an opportunity. "I want two things," said Wang Wei. "Firstly, I want you to condense all your understanding of time Dao into a Dao seed to help me cultivate. Please, put your memory of the experience of watching the chaotic river of time and how you separated that moment of time." This time monarch had a higher understanding of time Dao than him, so he wanted to get the latter's comprehension. As long as he studies it, his fate Dao will also make progress. Additionally, it's a unique experience to watch the river of time becoming chaotic, so Wang Wei wanted to learn from it. "That's easy to do," said right side Ji-Wu before waving his hand to condense a green crystal shining with Dao rhymes. "Excellent," said Wang Wei as he held the Dao seed in his hand. He checked it with his divine sense and could feel that comprehending time Dao from this crystal is 100 times easier than directly doing so from the grand Dao source. "The second thing I want is the heaven recording book," continued Wang Wei. "To be precise, I want the destiny connected to being the myriad emperor world's history recorder." Qiyuan opened the ancient emperor era, and the Dao opening sect is the first emperor lineage of the post-null era. As such, the destiny of the history keeper or watcher matches very well with the sect. Therefore, Wang Wei would not waste an opportunity to increase the sect's destiny and luck, especially since they were such a unique destiny. Wang Wei always liked to prepare for the future or for the worst-case scenario. He can predict countless future generations with his time and fate Dao and intelligence. As such, he knew his heavenly emperor era would not be eternal and would eventually be destroyed. Such a moment will be the most dangerous time for the Dao opening sect. The collapse of the era will also be the perfect time for true heavenly Dao to use the balance mechanism to destroy the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei does not know whether he will already achieve half-step transcendence by then, so he needs to prepare for this eventuality. The best way to do so is to grant his sect unique destinies that could protect them. The destiny of the innate environment, of the heavenly court, of the dream world, of the mortal civilizations, of the new cultivation system, of the revival of the innate demon gods, and now, the destiny of being a history watcher, all of them will serve as a protective umbrella for the Dao opening sect. As long as your idea can help us change what happens, it's not a problem to hand this thing to you, said left side Ji-Wu. Very well, nodded Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated. Changing the past in our timeline is impossible, so you must travel to another parallel universe and change things there. Parallel timelines, muttered right side Ji-Wu. Lightsenville. See Omicron M. This was the first time he heard these words, but with his time Dao, he only took a moment to understand their meaning. Every fork of destiny, of every choice, leads to an entirely new universe where things are different. If we can find a timeline where we saved the Ji tribe, it will indeed be a way to revive them. But, would these members be our people? Asked left side Ji-Wu. Even though the members from the other timeline looked the same as his people, there were still slight differences. A small part of him cannot accept that. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to fuse the moment in time you've isolated with the new timeline, replacing these people with your people, added Wang Wei, who expected their reservation. Left side Ji-Wu's eyes lit up after hearing this. It's a good way to deal with this issue. Alright, let's not waste time, said right side Ji-Wu. What's our next step? I will use the chaotic time energy in this place to open a small path through the river of time. You have to take this opportunity to leave this timeline, explained Wang Wei. You will only have a short window of opportunity, do not waste it. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before immediately nodding. He activated his Emperor artifact to turn into a crystal that fused with his forehead. He followed his actions by activating all his Grand Dao boosts, ensuring his strength reached the peak of 69.9% Grand Dao source. Finally, 365 figures appeared behind Wang Wei, all pulsating with the power of time. His future Buddha selves arranged themselves in a circular array, each controlling a vast quantity of chaotic time energy. Bang! The entire myriad Emperor world trembled as a magnificent river appeared above the sky. As all sentient beings gazed at the river, they saw their birth, youth, old age, and death in a single moment. This fact pertained to everyone, including cultivators and immortal tier powerhouses. The river of time, these words appeared in the minds of every sentient being, even babies who have yet to form their cognitive abilities. Afterward, the people saw the world's history from the chaos era to the present. However, the process was so fast that even the best insurgents could not remember much. A shining light rushed from the chrono-chaos realm to enter the river of time. This river, which displayed an ancient aura unmatched by anything in the universe, this river, which should be the embodiment of remaining calm and unchanging throughout eternity, fluctuated. Such an act meant nothing to most sentient beings, but this was a shocking scene for the people who knew it. Chrono-Chaos Realm. After Wang Wei used the chaotic time energy to fluctuate the river of time, his job was not finished. The next step was to divine the perfect timelines for Jianghu. Luckily, he had their cooperation, so he could use the karma attached to their bodies to do his job. Now, yelled Wang Wei as he sent a coordinate to their mind. The two Jianghu did not hesitate as they rushed into the river of time, heading to the exact space of the fluctuation. As soon as they arrived at their destination, the two fused before disappearing. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was distracted as he watched everything. His soul seemed to have left his body and traveled through the river of time. He saw the thing was also composed of countless strings similar to the river of fate. However, these strings were not the fate lines of all sentient beings in the chaos universe, each of them was a different timeline. The infinite trichiliocosm, muttered Wang Wei as he finally knew the official name of this world's multiverse. While in this strange state, Wang Wei suddenly felt he had a deep connection to one of the strings. He glanced at it and saw something. He saw one of his other self. In this timeline, his cultivation was quite mediocre, at least, by his current standard. He did not awaken the memories from his past life, so he only had to rely on his sealed paragon soul and high comprehension. As such, he had to struggle against the likes of Hanli for the position of Sacred Son. Many of the unparalleled geniuses of his generation were mediocre, like Tong Ruobing and Mo Xingyun, and even Hua Fenghuang was not as powerful since she did not have all 5 bloodlines. Huang Yuang died in the lower realm, and his wife was the one with the life and death book. Song Xiaoxi was mediocre and died in the hands of the Baishi clan. Ji Song was alive and was a top contender in this generation. Jian Wushuang never met Daiji and competed in the final battle. Shi Fuyu never swallowed Feng but became his mentor. Lin Fan never walked the path of the greater chaos and survived until the end. He was still with Su Shi. Suya also never had any connection to him, and she also made it to the end. Sun Jiaolong used the human destiny sword to become a top contender. Fang Lijuan from the Divine Dao League never broke through the restrictions of her bloodline, so she became mediocre, but she still survived. Lu Meishio, with the myriad beast physique and her ruthlessness, became a top contender. Aoshan still went to the martial hegemony world, but he never returned, so Wang Wei concluded he probably died. Wu Ming was an insignificant individual since he never received Wang Wei's ideas, so he never joined the Origin Rune Palace and created chaos there. Yin Zhen and Yi Liangxing never appeared in this generation, and Jing Wuhua died in the civil war of the Golden Crow clan, losing the opportunity to absorb her father's emperor bone. The upper dimension spies never showed up. Wang Wei guessed the parasites did not care for the lower dimension in that timeline, so they probably only observed and did not interfere much. Wang Wei watched his life in that timeline. His rise only began after the void-shattering realm and his participation in the slaughter trial. Afterward, he awakened the memories from his past life, showing even more extraordinary abilities. It was the key that allowed him to pass the outlaw trial for his life and death Dao. Sadly, it was useless. Di Tian easily slaughtered everyone during the final battle, and he was lucky to survive and run away. The entire thing could be described as a fiasco. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969 Message After losing the battle, his other self took time to recuperate, preparing to seal himself in bloodstone and compete for the future Heaven-Will battle. However, tragedy soon came knocking on his door. Di Tian visited the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and had Old Man Chu divine the best way for him to revive his wife. Under the blessing of his power, Old Man Chu directed him to Wang Wei the memories of his past life, to be specific. Di Tian immediately visited the Dao opening sect. At first, he was cordial, asking for an exchange of profit for these memories. But Wang Wei was adamant, his memories from Earth were one of his greatest secrets, and he was not prepared to tell anyone. Additionally, his intuition warned him something terrible would happen if he gave Di Tian his memories. The Dao opening sect supported his decision, even after Di Tian, the 9th Samsara Emperor, became hostile. A great battle transpired. Sadly, Di Tian was not a normal eternal emperor. Although Di Tian did not find Empyrean 9 Pillar and acquired his inheritance, he was still an eternal who succeeded in establishing his 9 Extremity foundation. The battle only lasted a year. To be precise, the Dao opening sect survived 1 year under Di Tian's power, rapidly consuming its foundation. The entire Myriad Emperor world watched as the most powerful sect in the world and one of the oldest died in a matter of a year. Wang Wei watched his other self experiencing this event. During the entire war, he was powerless and was protected. He often asked to be sent to the battlefield. At times, he wanted to relent and give Di Tian what he wanted. However, his father and mother would refuse. The sect's ancestors did not give up and chose to fight to their last breath. As such, he watched Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, Ancestor Wuchang, Miscellaneous 1, his father, grandfather, and mother. They all died one by one until he was the last one remaining. Wang Wei watched as his other self watched Di Tian with hatred before exploding his soul. Finally, he saw how the latter chased him into samsara. Luckily, Old Man Nether intervened since he treated Di Tian as his pawn to control samsara in the lower dimension. After his reincarnation, he was born in a Heaven-Will world called Pursuing Longevity World. Although he had the lowest grade of talent in that world, first grade spirit root, this fact could not stop him. His other self used knowledge from his previous life to make up for his talent. He also combined the 2 cultivation systems, allowing him to cultivate an even better D realm than his previous life. Finally, during the Heaven-Will battle, as the only individual in the world who wields the power of law, he slaughtered everyone and became an Immortal Emperor, or Great Emperor. Wang Wei calmly watched his other self, a suave and handsome young man with flowing red hair. However, his eyes and aura displayed extreme gloominess, hatred, and a sense of self-destruction. Wang Wei continued to watch his other self's journey. However, things became a little blurry after he ascended to the upper dimension. Wang Wei could tell the Eternal Ascension world was experiencing a terrifying war. However, he could not see the exact details. However, he saw some of his other self's experiences. He saw his first meeting with Wu Hong while they were stuck in a secret realm. She was besieged by countless people and forced into this secret realm, which was prepared especially to exile her. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was looking for opportunities to increase his cultivation, entered that place by accident. In some ways, their meeting could be said to be fated. Wu Hong's strange eyes after they first met prove he was correct, they were fated to meet. After escaping the secret realm, Wang Wei used the chaos of the upper dimension to ruthlessly gather resources, killing and destroying numerous sects or factions in the process. His actions garnered him too many enemies, so he was constantly on the run. Luckily, Wu Hong would often come to his rescue, and in the process, she became the only person in this world who could warm up his cold heart. As for the other ancestors in the upper dimension, Wang Wei did not see any interactions between his other self and them because of how blurry many things were. However, he could feel the latter's extreme hatred of them for not preventing the sect's destruction or even avenging it. After becoming an Empyrean, his other self finally accomplished his revenge. In the process, his mind went to a dark place, and Tian suffered for it. Endless emptiness and loneliness, thought Wang Wei as his soul synchronized with his other self. These two emotions were intense, reaching the level of overwhelming the mind. Soon, the situation turned worse. His other self used his power to create all the members of his sects including his family. However, such an act did not bring him any joy, on the contrary, it drove him to a deeper abyss of despair. He knew these creations were not the people he longed to see even in his deepest dreams, and such a fact tore apart his Dao heart and drove him to the edge. So, he decided to end all his suffering. He gave up all his goals and ambitions to become free and unfettered. He no longer cared about his regret of not seeing his family back on Earth one last time and chose to end everything. No, something is wrong, thought Wang Wei as he looked and felt how his other self was. With my willpower, how could I give up so easily? His goal is to achieve ultimate freedom, and once he succeeds, isn't it easy to revert what had happened to his family and sect? So, such a setback should not bring him to this level of despair. Wang Wei frowned as he continued to watch. Wu Hong showed up at his lowest point but did not prevent him from sinking too deep. She cared for him during this time, and they truly fell in love. Is this the power of fate? I needed to reach such a low before my relationship with Wu Hong could be confirmed. Or is it something different? Of all the explanations his mind came up with, he thought this one was the best, followed by the fact that his future self-battle with Grand Dao has reached the point of affecting all timelines, and Grand Dao used extreme depression to get rid of some versions of himself. This deduction seems like vital information, thought Wang Wei as he felt he might have caught an inspiration. Sadly, it was fleeting, and he could not think what it was no matter what he tried. Without much of a choice, he focused on what happened next. After this event, his other self chose to leave the eternal ascension world, which seems arduous despite how blurry the entire event was. However, Wang Wei understood why he did it. He had become one of Wu Hong's weaknesses in this chaotic time, so leaving was the best way to protect her and himself. Wang Wei did not see his other self's adventures in another chaos world. The next scene he experienced was when he returned to the eternal ascension world. He saw the love of his life being besieged by countless individuals. So, they team up, and he uses his new Fate Dao to kill many people that day. After that, this strange experience ended, and he no longer saw his other self's journey. Wang Wei floated above the river of time with many thoughts rushing through his mind. So, why am I seeing this? Why this timeline of all the infinite ones, he uttered, and surprisingly, he received an answer. This timeline used to be the prime timeline, used to be? Meaning it's no longer? Wait, who's speaking? Wang Wei looked around until he saw something in the distance another him. He had the same handsome face, gray hair, and eyes that seemed to know all the universe's secrets. Although the man looked exactly like him, Wang Wei could still notice some difference. Firstly, that version seemed ancient, indicating how old he was. Secondly, he could feel the entire river of time trembling under this person's feet. Worthy of future me, said Wang Wei with a smile. He knew he could observe so many things about this being because he allowed it, not because of his ability. So, why are you here? Once you reach the peak, go revisit the origin, said the other Wang Wei before disappearing as if he never existed in the first place. What does that mean? Uttered Wang Wei with a speechless look. Could it be that everyone who can divine the secrets of heaven and earth must act and speak in such a mysterious manner? Wang Wei shook his head. These words can be interpreted in too many ways. So, he decided to ponder them later. He would most likely know their meanings when the opportune time arrived. Before then, it would probably be useless to dwell too much on it. Well, this experience has been riveting. He disappeared from the river of time and opened his eyes in the chrono-chaos realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970 Next, the Tao Burial Ground Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, and his book floated before him. Another time nexus? So soon? More words appeared in his book, but he was not happy. He had this foreboding feeling that time was not on his side. By the time this book is finished, only a few time nexuses might be left. This is probably not an accident. Someone is delaying the creation of the heavenly book to prevent me from interfering. He never expected things to go smoothly, but he did not expect his plan to be so difficult. Heavenly Book closed the book, knowing time was running out. His highest priority now is to find something that Madman Chu is interested in so he can exchange with him. Sadly, such a task is more difficult than it sounds. Although Chu Yun was crazy, he was still an unparalleled genius, meaning few things in the chaos universe interested him enough for an exchange. Currently, Heavenly Book has a few ideas and leads, but nothing concrete as of yet. Of all these things, which is the easiest to get and will interest him? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as he soon got the answer: the origin of Buddhism. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a few talismans before creating another clone and sending it somewhere. Eternal Ascension World, Upper Dimension. Before the dark truth, Maitreya opened her eyes and gazed in the distance. She felt a slight turbulence in the river of time. She was extremely sensitive to this change because she had been trying to prevent it for years. The reason she allied with Supreme Unity in the first place was because she did not want any fluctuation from the river of time, but when cultivators first enter the Paragon realm for the first time, the river will fluctuate immensely. Her flawed method of transcendence did not allow such variations, so she accepted Supreme Unity's plan. However, now that she had stabilized her realm, her strength not only went a small step forward but also no longer cared about any distractions or fluctuations. On the contrary, she wanted the old world to return, she wanted the golden era to once again grace the world. Only in this way can many people discuss the Tao together, finding a real method of transcendence. Sadly, Supreme Unity let power get into his head. Maitreya looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The latter had noticed the fluctuations, but he only briefly opened his eyes. Twin Flower has not responded after so long, so he must have taken action. Is this retribution? Maitreya secretly sighed before observing the world. In an instant, she saw every corner of this infinite universe. As long as these people are removed, and the world returns to its prosperous time, true heavenly Tao will be strengthened and have the ability to fight against Supreme Unity. By then, his fate would be to drop down to the Paragon realm or die. However, things will not be so simple. She could tell a terrible war was about to cover this world. Time Eater will be the greatest variable in the early stages. Maitreya's eyes pierced through the river of time, gazing at the infinite timelines. He knew what Time Eater's plan was. As early as when she left the ultimate taboo, the latter came to ask him permission to travel to the infinite trichiliocosm. Maitreya refused, and this act was the catalyst that pushed Time Eater to Supreme Unity's side. However, she could also see he was ambitious and only served whoever could benefit him. With him, things should be fine, thought Maitreya as she checked on the lower dimension. She sensed a tremendous change occurring there and secretly smiled. The lower dimension's prosperity will immensely help true heavenly Daoist battle against Supreme Unity. As such, she will protect Wang Wei and ensure no one interferes in his plan. Once supreme unity is remotely weakened, she will attack. Maitreya frowned as she looked at the peaceful supreme unity. She felt he was about to make a grand move, which would be very detrimental to her side. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, trying to calm down and analyze this experience. He learned a few things during this brief visit to the River of Time. Firstly, and most importantly, he officially confirmed his future self is involved in some shenanigans that involved messing with time. He only had speculation before today but now had proof for his theory. It's good I have such a bright future. However, the future is ever-changing, and messing with time is a pain that could lead to catastrophic results. Wang Wei could guess the trouble his future self would bring him. Out of nowhere, some powerful enemy from the future could pop up and kill his weak self. I'm sure my future self put in place the necessary precautions, but if something goes wrong, I will be screwed. Wang Wei had a headache because things were no longer out of his control. He was involved in an intricate chess game, but the current him was not the chess player playing. In other words, his objective is to grow and become that chess player. Then, there is the issue of the changed timeline, he continued. Switching an entire timeline is not something even Maitreya and Supreme Unity can do unless they isolate the entire Eternal Ascension world and not let it affect the rest of the Chaos Universe. Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated the implications behind this discovery. Who switched the timeline? Was it me or someone else? How strong is the future me half-step transcendence or a true transcendent? Wang Wei deduced the possibility that the half-step transcendence realm might be more vast than expected, with many levels or stages. If that's true, the difference between each stage might be larger than a normal ant and a peak boundless paragon. Wang Wei finished his analysis and stored the information deep in his mind. Finally, he focused on the Chrono Chaos realm. Jianghu left this timeline, fusing with another version of himself in another timeline, leaving this place without any owner. Although there is no longer any chaotic time energy, this place might be useful, muttered Wang Wei as he thought of something. He scanned the area with his divine sense. It has been baptized by chaotic time energy, making it the perfect base for the void battlefield. Wang Wei had already sent news to Sword One in the Commerce Hub to look out for certain treasures needed to create the unique void battlefield. But now, he had a better idea. The void battlefield must be able to withstand my fight with Old Man Nether, so the best way I can think to create it is to nourish it with the power of nothingness. If he could create a place filled with nothingness, no matter how much Empyrean power he used in the upcoming battle, the void battlefield would not crumble. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he condensed a large quantity of nothingness, fusing it with the Chrono Chaos realm. As expected, after being nourished by so much time and energy, the power of nothingness cannot immediately destroy it. On the contrary, it makes it easier to fuse. Since he did not have to worry about death or the collapse of his body, Wang Wei could condense as much power of nothingness as he wished using his void stage fleshly body as the medium. As such, he refined this realm into a pocket dimension full of nothingness power in a very short period. Excellent, commented Wang Wei as he stood up. He punched the air, using all his strength. However, he soon frowned as he saw the few cracks scattered on the side. It's not completed yet, he uttered. I need to continue nourishing it while also finding something to serve as the core. Only then would it be ready. His strength has not crossed that boundary, but he can still leave cracks in this place. It's not ready yet. After nourishing it for a while, I can take it for a test. Wang Wei waved his hand to create a clone, leaving it here to continue refining the Chrono Chaos realm. He exited this place and headed home. Of course, the Chrono Chaos realm disappeared from the world, making people know the Heavenly Emperor had conquered another forbidden land. Wang Wei returned home and summoned Gao Qinkuan. He opened the Watcher Pavilion in the sect, appointing the former leader of the Watcher sect as the pavilion master. From now on, the Dao opening sect has another lineage. Each generation, the Watcher Pavilion will choose someone to inherit the position, keeping a record of the world's history. This new lineage has no power in the sect, and the chosen heirs will not participate in the Heaven-Will battle. However, it's still an important lineage to the sect due to the luck and destiny it provides. After settling everything, Wang Wei checked on the dream world. After realizing everything was proceeding smoothly, he went for his next target, the Dao burial ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971 Marvelous Inheritance. Wang Wei took a step and appeared in another world community. With a single thought, he scanned the entire community before frowning. These people really know how to hide. With his current strength, he could not discover the whereabouts of the Dao burial ground even though he knew they were in this position. So, he no longer hesitated and activated the mark his wife left on their hideouts, immediately discovering a special dimension. Is this a chaos treasure? Thought Wang Wei as he saw the whereabouts of the Dao burial ground. It seems to be a peak chaos treasure, almost reaching the level of a supreme innate treasure. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized another benefit of dealing with this forbidden land. He took one step and entered this place. As he looked around, the first idea that popped into his head was that this place resembled his sect's sealing area. The second thought is this place has too much resentment and grievances. How many lives have these guys killed, and for what purpose? He always wondered about this forbidden land's purpose of slaughtering countless lives. It made no sense for them to do it for cultivation. Although great emperors do not care about the karma of slaughtering mortals, the resentments and obsessions left in flesh and blood are a terrible tonic for cultivation. No matter how many lives they kill, their cultivation will slowly increase. The best option would be to kill immortal tier powerhouses instead of these weak mortals. Do they have a special source technique that uses flesh and blood or negative karma? Wang Wei shook his head. He would soon find the answer, so there was no point in pondering their motives. He looked at the countless coffins sleeping in this place. With so many immortal venerables, Dao ancestors, and great emperors, this place could have conquered the entire myriad emperor world with relative ease. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by the power of this place. According to the historical record, the Dao burial ground is responsible for the Red Wave, a cruel event where a few great emperors come out from their hiding places and slaughter countless living beings. The people who appeared each time hid their identity, but their strength was consistent. They do not attack any emperor lineage and would even refuse to fight any lineage that attacks them. They only kill and gather flesh, blood, soul, and negative emotions. If any factions tried to stop them, they would ignore any confrontation or temporarily seal their attacker before continuing their business. Because of this cautious attitude, no one knew how powerful this place was. Wang Wei looked at these coffins and no longer wasted time. He read their fate line to know why these people behaved in such a manner. So, that's how it is, thought Wang Wei. All these people are criminals or outlaws from the upper dimension. They are people who were hunted down by certain forces in the upper dimension for a crime or because they offended someone. Then, the leader of this place, the Heretic Emperor, came to see him and offered them a place to hide beside the lawless zone, the lower dimension. He even promised to help them gather world source occasionally to help them cultivate. These people agreed and, with some unknown means, the Heretic Emperor brought everyone to the lower dimension. Once in a while, they would release a red wave, drastically weakening the world and heavenly Dao, allowing them to siphon world source from the entire myriad emperor world. Things are getting interesting, thought Wang Wei as he looked at the other space of this place. He then focused on these people, almost drooling. Both the Dao ancestors and great emperors are materials to refine emperor soul pills and the grand Dao enlightening pill. Meanwhile, he can also refine the immortal venerables into immortal chi pill to increase cultivation or turn them into puppets for the sect. Furthermore, he saw two great emperors who had entered the infant fiend god realm. Wang Wei can refine their flesh into a great power pill to help temper his body. Lastly, he might get some interesting techniques or knowledge from these people's souls, not to mention their artifacts and other accompanying resources. What a great loot, thought Wang Wei, who waved his hand, immediately sealing these people's powers, rendering all of them helpless. Furthermore, he did not dismiss the people in the other dimension. Sometimes, it's truly boring to be too powerful, thought Wang Wei as he disappeared from this place. Who are you? Said the Heretic Emperor, his body unable to stop trembling. Huh? You actually found me, said Wang Wei. Your perception is truly unique. Wang Wei, said the Heretic Emperor, his green hair turning darker along with a twisted expression. First child, what's going on? Said an old man before seeing Wang Wei's presence. His expression turned the same as his boss, and his other brothers followed a similar script to his. How did you find this place? Asked the Heretic Emperor. My beautiful and lovely wife left a tracking mark on this place so I can get rid of all you little rats, said Wang Wei as he looked around. I did not expect to have 4 of you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter how many of you are there. Wang Wei looked at them before frowning. Something is wrong with you people. The Heretic Emperor wanted to attack immediately. However, his sense of danger was going into overdrive. Every single atom of his body was telling him to run away, his very existence warned him of a terrifying danger. A sparkle flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. You are actually the same person. So, that's how it is. The flesh, blood, and negative emotion were not to weaken the world and gather world source. No, it's a strange technique that allows you to assimilate someone else's existence. Wang Wei could not hide the shock on his face. Flesh, blood, soul, memories, and emotions are the simplest manifestation of someone's existence, so it's the perfect medium for this technique. What genius created such a technique? Is it you? He looked at the Heretic Emperor. No, based on your response, it's not you. The Heretic Emperor clutched his hand tightly, almost destroying his own hand, but Wang Wei ignored him. He looked at the other people, 4 different eternal emperors, and each looked like you. The chances of that happening are too low, so their appearance is the result of the assimilation. Each of them looked like you at a different stage of your life, childhood, middle age, and old age, and you represented the youthful stage. However, based on that child's unstable aura, this technique should be flawed. Even though you used eternal emperors as the medium, without sufficient flesh and blood, his cultivation will actually decrease. With a simple analysis, Wang Wei felt his understanding of existence reached a different level. So, he ignored the tension in the room and continued his observation. So, what's the purpose of using this technique? Countless thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Is it to make your existence more potent and make it more difficult to kill you? A path to true eternity? No, those are side effects, but not your real motive. If I had to guess, you're preparing to become an everlasting Empyrean. The Heretic Emperor tried everything to calm down, but his pupils could not help but dilate after hearing these words. He quickly controlled himself, but Wang Wei caught that small change. So, I was right. You were not confident in comprehending true self, so you used this method to deepen your understanding and prepare for the future. Moreover, if you succeed, you will not be a regular everlasting Empyrean but one of the very best. Furthermore, maybe you can also use it to become a boundless paragon. Ambitious, I see. He smiled brilliantly, but to the others, he looked like he was scorning them. However, I still have my doubts. Is such a technique only useful for such a simple thing? My intuition is telling me this marvelous inheritance is wasted on you. The Heretic Emperor exhaled deeply, calming himself down. He knew he was facing the greatest crisis of his life since then. As such, he needed to tread very cautiously to ensure he survived this ordeal. No matter what, as long as he is alive, he has the opportunity to make a comeback. Wang Wei, there is no animosity between us, so there should be no need to fight and kill each other, said the Heretic Emperor. True, but I can't stand everything you've done, so you're going to die today. Don't be hypocritical. How many lives have your hands been stained with? Many, but not nearly as much as you. You're a true devil, said the Heretic Emperor. Since when do people like you care about morality? People often think this about me, said Wang Wei, shaking his head. I have a moral bottom line, no matter how low it is. I just don't want any moral restraints on my mind and actions. Wang Wei saw the sneer on these four's faces and shrugged. I know you're secretly calling me a hypocrite, and I won't deny it. Luckily, I don't care what you think of me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972 The Heretic Emperor's Past. Is there really no room for negotiations? Asked the Heretic Emperor. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Wei, his voice terribly calm. Even if you don't take into account the issue of morality, killing you is way more beneficial to me. Not necessarily, said the Heretic Emperor. I'm willing to hand over my inheritance to you. After I kill you, it will belong to me. Not if I destroyed it beforehand. Try to see if you can do so in front of me, said Wang Wei calmly, and these four eternal emperors immediately felt terrified. They realize in front of this nightmare-like power, their resistance is futile. The Heretic Emperor quickly calmed down. He once lived in the upper dimension and experienced the strength of paragons. Although it was a great distance away, it was still an experience he will never forget. Furthermore, the battle back then was even his mind worked faster than ever in his life. How about we work for you? Oh, you want to surrender to me? Yes, and am even willing to let you enslave my soul as long as you promise it's only for a certain period. He did not mind sacrificing his freedom for a few hundred yuan epochs. Anyway, he was immortal and had all the time in the world. An interesting proposition, muttered Wang Wei. One of his plans is to create the Hell Court, an organization that directly opposes the heavenly court he created. As for the reason he's doing something that seems so counterintuitive, it's to preserve the longevity of his heavenly emperor era. The universe uses the word balance to describe how it functions. Everything that rises must fall, and great luck and prosperity will eventually become misfortune and decline. Knowing this, Wang Wei decided to take things into his own hands. He will reverse the luck of the heavenly emperor era and condense the power of misfortune that will eventually lead to its destruction. This condensed power will be blessed to the Hell Court, making their mission to destroy the court and the era. However, every leader of the Hell Court will be chosen by him, and their true mission will be to delay the destruction of the court. Of course, only the leader and maybe some heavenly emperors will know this secret. The fate of the Hell Court will be its destruction after failing its mission to destroy the heavenly court and the heavenly emperor era, but it can prolong his era by countless generations. This person is a perfect match for the first generation's Hell Emperor, thought Wang Wei, pausing for a few seconds. Your offer tempts me, but I refuse. Why? Asked the Heretic Emperor with gritted teeth. This is a great deal with plenty of benefits. He did not understand why the latter objected. He was an eternal emperor willing to bow his head and suffer humiliation, so why not accept such a great deal? The answer to your question is very simple because I want to, said Wang Wei. The logical thing to do would be to accept your offer, but I want to kill you. I'm disgusted by your actions or the fact you have no pride as an eternal, and I want the first eternal emperor I kill to be as unique as you, so I refuse your offer. The heretic and the other three looked at him with red eyes. Sadly, Wang Wei did not care about them. If you want a better reason, I can give you one, he continued with a smile that made his face very punchable. I have a feeling that you are more trouble than you're worth it. If I don't kill you, some unknown and unexpected variables will appear in my plans. Such intuition is probably because of your inheritance. Are you satisfied with that explanation? The heretic emperor could not control his expressions. How could someone like him easily surrender? He already had a plan, and it involved his inheritance. When he was young, people often said he acted out of sorts, not in line with those around him. As such, he was often called heretic when he was a young cultivator. So, after proving the Tao, he took the name. Honoring his title, he did not act like most emperors and cultivated a higher realm. Instead, he immediately entered primordial chaos, ignoring the risk. While in another chaos world, a terrifying battle occurred over an inheritance. In that battle, thousands of great emperors died, and the heretic emperor only survived because he hid in his supreme chaos treasure. He took the inheritance and ran away before the Empyreans and Paragons arrived. He secretly returned to the eternal ascension world. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have reached negative after acquiring that inheritance. On the way home, he encountered a fiend god that almost destroyed his artifact. Although he ran away, the treasure was reduced to a regular chaos. Luckily, he had enough resources from his treasure. Not long after returning to the eternal ascension world, he encountered a terrible event and died 3 times consecutively. Luckily, he had enough resources from his previous travels to revive himself and his status as an eternal emperor. After these deaths, he became extra cautious in everything he did. He hid himself to comprehend the inheritance before hatching a plan to hide in the lower dimension and using the help of many fugitives and outlaws to help him. According to his plan, he would find a way to release news about this inheritance. Such a thing that probably even paragons would fight for could lure many powerhouses to visit the lower dimension. Afterward, he can find many ways to escape Wang Wei's clutches. "Before I kill you, I have a few questions," said Wang Wei calmly. "How did you sneak all these fugitives to the lower dimension?" Heretic did not answer, but Wang Wei got his answer. The power of fate flashed in his eyes, and he had his answer. The Daoist burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure on par with a paragon artifact. Furthermore, it was a unique one with only one purpose: hide. Although it was heavily damaged, the heretic emperor could still use it to enter the lower dimension with all these people. Lastly, since the artifact was now only a chaos treasure and these people were only great emperors, true heavenly Tao did not care about them in the lower dimension. Interesting. Could Old Man Nether have used a similar method? Wang Wei has been interested in how the latter came to the lower dimension as an Empyrean and stayed for so long without much repercussion. Forget about it for now. The Tao burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure. If I can repair it, it will greatly help my fight against the parasites. Wang Wei smiled. This place was worthy as one of the most dangerous forbidden land of the myriad emperor world. After dealing with it, the benefits are simply endless. Second question, are you from the myriad emperor world? If so, from what era? No physical answer, but Wang Wei got the information he wanted. The heretic emperor was born in the upper dimension. Despite the inherent danger, he chose this place as his hiding spot because it was the center of luck and destiny of the lower dimension. He believed he had a higher chance of cultivating the inheritance in such a place and maybe even countering the curse of misfortune he suffered from after obtaining it. As such, despite his nature and the danger, he still chose to stay here instead of any other heavenly world or world community. Third question, who created your inheritance? No answer, and this time, Wang Wei could not divine anything. However, he was not surprised by this fact. He had already noticed he could not divine information about Heretic, hence why he needed to ask specific questions. So, he guessed that whatever item containing the inheritance had the natural ability to protect information, including divination. Now, I'm even more interested, thought Wang Wei. Last question, any last word? Heretic looked at that smug look with profound hatred. Let's do it, he said. Ready, said the second child, ready to die for his main self. The room was suddenly divided into 4 colors, red, blue, yellow, and white. Tao of fire, water, earth, and wind, and calmness but because the fourth child's power was still unstable, thus drastically commented Wang Wei calmly. No, this is not an elemental-based Dao but the Dao of the four poles. His eyes lit up. I wonder if that's your original Dao, or is this another side effect of this technique? While assimilating the existence of others, yours is also being fundamentally changed. Wang Wei did not know the answer, but he was excited to find out. Meanwhile, the Heretic Emperor could not hide his worry, not only because of his opponent's strength and calmness but because the fourth child's power was still unstable, thus drastically weakening their four poles array. Furthermore, he had lost contact with the other sleeping individuals, meaning he could not sacrifice any of them to help with the current situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973 The First Kill. Four poles world destruction. Four poles hold heaven and earth, each in the four cardinal positions of east, west, north, and south. These cardinals also symbolize the four seasons: winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Combining the elements of wind, earth, water, and fire, the Heretic Emperor could create a world and destroy it, generating unimaginable destruction. However, his facial expression soon changed because nothing happened. No matter how much he mobilized his Grand Dao source, his attack never manifested. What is the probability that an eternal emperor's own power would fail? Asked Wang Wei, his voice extremely calm to the point of boredom. The answer cannot be zero since there is no absolute in this world, so 1 out of a septillion, or maybe even lower. Sadly, as someone who can control luck, I can turn that statistical anomaly into a possibility. The Heretic Emperor felt despair overwhelm his mind. However, he was still a man of high willpower, so he did not give up, no matter how slim the chance of victory was. Samsara of season, he mobilized the power of his other selves and attacked again, using the season's rotation to control time and the power of life and death. Sadly, his attempt was futile. Then, he watched as his body was rapidly disintegrating inch by inch, particle by particle. He mobilized the power of his soul, trying to abandon his body, and survived in the shape of his primordial spirit. Alas, he soon discovered that his soul was also dissipating. A ruthless light flashed in Heretic's eyes. He controlled the first, second, and third child, preparing to blow them up and buy himself enough time. Don't you understand resistance is futile? Said Wang Wei with a sigh, his voice contained a sense of desolation. Invincibility is truly lonely, he said, not minding how much of a scoundrel he sounded like. I need a real battle soon, a battle that pushes me to my limit. Hopefully, I can meet the requirement to fight Old Man Nether soon. After seeing his plan fail, the Heretic Emperor still did not give up. He detected the boredom in Wang Wei's eyes, making his anger reach a new height. However, he knew this was not the time to let emotions get to him. This is my last hope, he thought, preparing for the right opportunity that would give him a chance to escape this situation. I would never allow you to blow up this supreme chaos treasure. That's my reward, said Wang Wei with a playful smile. The Heretic Emperor then remembered the latter's Dao time and fate. Finally, the Heretic Emperor accepted his fate. He looked directly into Wang Wei's eyes, not moving an inch. He was engraving this man's face into his very existence, vowing to kill him no matter what price he had to pay. Huh! What a strong obsession, said Wang Wei as he looked at these four, who only had their upper torso intact. With such strong obsession and resentment, it's not impossible for you to create a miracle and survive my annihilation. Well, we can't have that, can we? Wang Wei clapped his hand together before activating the Buddha veins he created after the exchange with Fengheng. Holy light emanated from his body, followed by chanting of a Buddhist mantra. You, said the Heretic Emperor, sensing that the holy light was rapidly reducing his obsession and resentment. A few minutes later, this eternal emperor, who had experienced the ups and downs of the world, brought terror to the myriad emperor world for numerous eras, and had been planning for countless Yuan epochs, finally died. Well, his physical aspect died. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a river of chains, the Grand Tao source. His eyes saw a karma thread that led him to a particular chain with an imprint on it. Does he only have one Tao imprint? Wang Wei thought he would have 4 after the assimilation, but he only had 4. Few explanations possible. The technique is limited, the Heretic Emperor did not completely cultivate it, or Tao imprints fall under Grand Daoist jurisdiction, and no one can have more than one. Many ideas appeared in Wang Wei's mind as he followed this train of thought. One day, I should try to see if I can have more than one Tao imprint or create my own version. He felt he had wasted too much time already, so he mobilized his Tao will and removed the Heretic Emperor's Tao imprint. The thing struggled against his attempt, but it was futile. The last steps, said Wang Wei. His eyes saw all the karmic lights connected to the Heretic Emperor. He swung his hand, cutting all of them. In an instant, almost everyone who knew the Heretic Emperor had their memories wiped out. It did not matter whether they were in the lower dimension, upper dimension, or other chaos worlds. He also discovered he had to erase the karma connected to the 3 other eternal emperors that the Heretic Emperor assimilated. I'm looking forward even more to that inheritance. He focused on the task at hand since it was not 100% fulfilled. Wang Wei discovered he could not eliminate all the Heretic Emperor's karmic threads. Many of them belonged to individuals way more powerful than him, so he needed to be careful and sneaky. Otherwise, these people might notice a missing memory. Luckily, the Heretic Emperor did not have an Empyrean or Paragon friend or family member, meaning the karmic connections between these people were very thin, almost non-existent. These karmic threads belonged to Empyreans and Paragons, who might have heard the other 3 and the Heretic Emperor's name or seen his face by chance but had no deep connection or interaction with him. So, after Wang Wei took his time to cut off these threads, he successfully erased the Heretic Emperor's face and identity from the world. However, the latter is still not completely dead because of his influence. The Heretic Emperor's existence is connected to his history or achievements. As long as people remember the name of the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave or record what he has done in history, he will still be alive. The final step, muttered Wang Wei as he activated his Time Tao. He condensed everything the Heretic Emperor and the other 3 eternal emperors had ever done and accomplished in his life into a small, history line, before crushing it. In an instant, every book or jade slip in the myriad emperor world that recorded any knowledge or information about the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave disappeared. It was also the same for any records of the Heretic Emperor's accomplishments in the upper dimension or other chaos worlds. Finally dead. Eternal emperors are truly difficult to kill, said Wang Wei as he exhaled deeply. Well, is he really dead since I technically still remember him? Wang Wei frowned before divining the answer, and he learned it was impossible. The Heretic Emperor was too far gone, so according to the rules of heaven and earth, he could not be revived. I need a technique that accomplishes all these things in one step. It was too time-consuming to kill an eternal emperor, let alone future everlasting Empyreans and boundless Paragons. He did not know what made these people harder to kill, but he knew it would not be simple. I can change his fate so that he was never born or existed, or I can use destruction Tao to achieve ultimate destruction. Some Daoists are more advantageous than others when it comes to killing eternal emperors, and the supreme outlaw Daoists are the best because of this overwhelming advantage. Wang Wei exhaled deeply after making an initial plan for the technique. He analyzed this experience to see if he learned or missed something crucial. Although it looked easy to kill the Heretic Emperor, the latter's influence on the world was not as deep as it sounded. The latter had few achievements or noteworthy acts that drastically influenced history and attached to his existence. Wang Wei knew if he was killing someone like the absolute beginning emperor, whose experience had affected the entire lower dimension, it would not be so easy to erase him from the annals of history. Wang Wei has long known it was in the best interest of Eternals to influence and change the world as much as possible as it guarantees their survival. This is one of the many reasons he cares so much about the Heavenly Emperor era. The more prosperous it is, the more influence he will have, and the more difficult it will be to kill him. Let's go see this inheritance. He was excited because he saw the opportunity to fuse his existence with the word Heavenly Emperor. If he can succeed, he will become even more difficult to kill since his enemy will have to eradicate the very concept of the Heavenly Emperor from the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 974 Mad Scientist Eternal Ascension World, Dream World. Su Shi was talking to Xian, feeling like she had a new revelation about herself with each passing moment. Then, she suddenly paused as she felt something. Without hesitation, she paused their session and returned to the real world. "What's this feeling?" she muttered, scanning the entire world without any success. She frowned before summoning her time Dao, looking through the past and present, but the result was the same. For a moment, she thought she was overthinking things, but she quickly dismissed that idea. She sensed that many people were scanning the world, indicating they also sensed something. So, she summoned the sect's ancestors to see if they knew something. Western Bliss Sect. Fengheng opened his eyes as he sensed something. "This sensation, I've felt it before." He searched for his memories and found something. An Eternal has fallen? In his life, he had a similar feeling twice, and each time, his memory had problems, and his intuition warned him he was missing something. "I can remember Donor Su Shi and the Heavenly Emperor, so it should not be them. Could there be another Eternals in the world?" "Yes, the Forbidden Lands. Of the 5 of them, there should be one with an Eternal." Fengheng analyzed the situation. The Heavenly Emperor had already dealt with the Blood Earth and Chrono Chaos Realm, and the Western Pure Bliss Land is the holy place of his sect, leaving only the Swallowing Zone and the Nether Hell. Fengheng used his divine sense to check these 2 places before frowning. He did not dare get close to the Nether Hell after the Heavenly Emperor sealed it, leaving only the Swallowing Zone. The problem must originate from one of these 2 places, and my bet is on the Swallowing Zone. Fengheng hesitated whether to check things out but decided otherwise. Whatever secrets lie in those places, whether good or bad, no longer had anything to do with him. The Heavenly Emperor wishes to use these forbidden lands to establish his prestige, so no matter dares intervene. Fengheng then sent a piece of information to his sect before continuing his seclusion. Meanwhile, the world experienced a mild shock as the news of a fallen Eternal spread. Although only a few people noticed the anomaly, after figuring out what had happened, the news was not hidden. C-Race Ocean felt the world's subtle change. He tried to calculate or divine the answer but could not find anything. He contacted the demon race to get any information, but their inheritance was long broken, so he had nothing to go on with. Finally, he had to rely on his bloodline inherited memories to find the answer. He could not rest easily without knowing the anomaly he sensed. An Eternal is dead? His face contorted, such an event made him think about his mortality. Such a being known for its difficulty of being killed is dead, let alone someone like him who will shed this mortal coil after losing his body and soul. I must hurry, he thought before leaving the room he was in. Ancient clan, Huofenghuang had the same reaction as Ao Shen. With their clan's long heritage, they have dealt with too many deaths of eternal emperors. As such, Huofenghuang did not care about this aspect of this event, focusing on what it represented to her. So, the only thing on her mind was how to become an eternal emperor. The world was evolving faster than she could understand, and her current strength and survival abilities were not up to her standards. Dao Burial Ground. Wang Wei reached the center of this artifact, observing the surroundings. His eyes saw a chain composed of very tiny runes, but the chain seemed to have many missing parts. Is this heaven law? And it should be of the highest level. Supreme innate and chaos treasures fall under the category of primarchs in heaven law, and the one before him should have been on par with heavenly primarchs, which are on par with paragons. Wang Wei looked at the law chain and realized this thing was what he expected, focus entirely on hiding. If a primarch that cultivated hiding Dao got their hands on this thing, cultivating the heavenly primarch realm would have been the easiest thing in the world. After my ascension, I have no doubt the parasites will hunt me down. My original plan was to rely on Gu Xian's deception Dao, but this could be better. Wang Wei's first order of business after ascending will be to hide from the parasites. As for supreme unity, he has no choice but to rely on Maitreya. If supreme unity was an ordinary half-step transcendence, he might be able to devise something using deception Dao to hide from him. However, the latter is fused with true heavenly Dao, so deception is useless to him. Deceiving true heavenly Dao is similar to deceiving grand Dao, relying more on the world's rules and allowing the deception to happen. Unfortunately, supreme unity does not need to follow the rules. There is already a vast difference between paragons and half-step transcendence, but now, supreme unity has control over heaven Dao, so it's useless to try to deceive him unless Wang Wei's strength is relative to him. Wang Wei looked at the broken laws, planning for the future. I should be able to restore it to the level of a supreme innate treasure after I become an Empyrean in the lower dimension. As for returning to its peak state, using merit to fix it should be no issue. The question is whether spending so much merit is worth it. He did not have an answer for now, so he left it for later. Wang Wei separated a small portion of his divine sense to refine this weapon, leaving his brand and becoming its true owner. His eyes then shifted to a jade slip protected by thousands of formations. This heretic emperor is truly cautious to the point of paranoia. He secretly shook his head before removing the formations. Holding the thing in his hand, he immediately felt it was unique. Unknown and indestructible material, at least, with my current strength. A natural ability to protect information and an unknown power I cannot recognize but makes me feel palpitations, commented Wang Wei before closing his eyes and receiving this inheritance. He sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in this vast knowledge. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes in shock. Who is this Chu Yun? Why does he feel like a mad scientist? The slip did not contain an inheritance per se. It's more like Chu Yun's years of experiment on existence. One of the results of this experiment was the method the heretic emperor used to assimilate other people's existence, to elevate his own. However, this method is only a small portion of all the experiments. I was right. This inheritance is wasted on him. If I guess correctly, Chu Yun studied existence to achieve transcendence. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He did not know whether the latter succeeded, but his intuition told him he might have, or at the very least, come very close. So, existence sublimation, is another path of transcendence? No, after achieving half-step transcendence, these people's existence should also have sublimated or changed even if their method did not directly use existence. Now, a more interesting topic would be whether there is a difference between half-step transcendence, who were once boundless paragons and regular paragons? The motif of this chaos universe is that those who comprehend and control their existence at Tier 10 are more powerful than others, so it should be the same when they reach Tier 12. 5 or half-step transcendence. I have too little information to speculate on such a thing, concluded Wang Wei before looking at the jade slip with hesitation. Chu Yun did not leave his experiment for nothing. Anyone who wishes to receive the deeper knowledge contained in it must accept his karma. In return, he asks for more ideas, information, or knowledge about the path of transcendence. Wang Wei realized that even with his karma-unbound physique, he could not block the karma of this slip, so he would have to pay it later. Under his analysis, he could already tell Chu Yun was not an ordinary person. Existence can be considered a small taboo in the chaos universe, and each sentient being will have only 3 opportunities to comprehend it. But Chu Yun successfully experimented on existence, and even found ways to leave his knowledge behind without Grand Dao erasing it. This man should have a Dao overlord level intelligence, and it's the pinnacle kind, thought Wang Wei. He did not know the latter's personality and whether there would be trouble with owing him karma. However, based on Chu Yun's experiments, Wang Wei could imagine how many people suffered to get these results. He took a moment to make a character model for Chu Yun. A ruthless man whose intelligence made him cold and indifferent, isolated from his peers because they could not keep up with him. So, he focused all his effort on discovering the mysteries of the world, including pursuing transcendence. He will do everything to achieve his goal, and his proud intelligence might be his biggest weakness. If you can keep up with him and his wild ideas and thoughts, getting along with him is fine. If not, he will treat you as if you were disposable. After coming to this conclusion based on the limited data, Wang Wei decided to take the risk and accepted the karma. Anyway, he did not think he would lose to Chu Yun, and he had already had a way of transcendence from the human emperor. Maybe this idea was enough to pay his karma. He exhaled deeply before putting the slip into his sea of consciousness. He did not completely trust this thing and sealed it with his soul. In an emergency, he's prepared to unseal himself, release all his soul's hidden powers, and deal with the situation. As for the consequences of such actions, he will deal with them later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 975 Asking for help. It took Wang Wei a moment to finish refining the Dao burial ground, even longer than receiving the information from the slip. Once he was done, he focused on the sealed powerhouses. He took his time to search their souls and memories, trying to find some information. Alas, the final result was unsatisfactory. These people lived in the upper dimension before the era of the 8 parasites. The majority of them originated from the upper dimension, and only a few were born in the upper dimension. However, they had one thing in common: 99% of them were loose cultivators. Without a faction to back them down, they became outlaws or criminals to acquire more resources. The normal ones offended powerful factions; they could only become street rats and run away without protection. From their memories, Wang Wei learned countless different cultivation systems. Since time immemorial, the upper dimension had the myriad temple of records that recorded all cultivation systems in the eternal ascension world. With a small price, anyone can enter the temple and find a cultivation system that is best suited for them. A few of these people entered the temple and learned a few cultivation systems. These techniques did broaden Wang Wei's understanding of cultivation in general, especially the fundamental concept of essence, spirit, and qi. However, he only found 2 interesting techniques from the list. The first one is the Will Dao system, which only cultivated willpower. The system uses willpower to fight, control energy and laws, and even temper the body. Wang Wei found it very useful for his willpower manifestation. The second interesting technique was the metamorphosis art, an interesting body refining technique. The core idea of this art is that the human race's body is innately weak, so let's make up for it from other races. For example, dragons are known for the defensive capabilities of their skin. With this technique, a human would take the dragon's skin and exchange it for the human's. Giants are known for their steel-like muscles, so let's take them and exchange their muscles for the weak human muscles. Human internal organs are fragile and do not provide any divine abilities, so let's exchange them with other creatures. The final state of this technique is for humans to have dragon skin, giant muscles, phoenix heart, golden beast bones, etc. This technique reminded me of chimeras from Earth. Luckily, the Creator left the human soul intact, otherwise, would wonder whether anyone who cultivates this thing is still human. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. In his current state, there was no creature he would want to take any body part unless it were a unique race with a unique organ. Otherwise, he would follow the path of fusion instead of exchanging his human parts. Wang Wei took a moment to review all the information he received. Most of it was useless since so much time had passed since these people left the upper dimension. However, he did learn some basic knowledge about that vast and ancient world. When he ascends, he won't be completely clueless. Now, I don't have any regret for what I am about to do to these people. How could they be so poor, complained Wang Wei. After so long, they have already used all the resources they've brought from the upper dimension. So, Wang Wei did not find anything from their space ring or personal dimensional space. Luckily, he still received countless Emperor, Dao, and Immortal artifacts, most of which he can use as materials to create even better weapons. Wang Wei waved his hand to gather and condense all the baleful aura from this place into a slaughter crystal for Li Jun. Afterward, he no longer hesitated and returned home. A little over 3 months had passed since he left, so he checked on the world, especially the dream world. He immediately noticed the competition in the battle tower was intense, especially for the Heaven Chosen. I need to begin my trafficking plan. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if these Heaven Chosen stayed in the lower dimension to gather luck and destiny from the battle tower. Sending these Heaven Chosen to the upper dimension is a way for Wang Wei to provide talented individuals to the revolution against the parasites. These guys will also be the vanguard before he ascends, so he cannot let them stay in the lower dimension to prove the Tao. Let's put it on the agenda, thought Wang Wei, preparing to take action immediately. However, he soon sensed something. Things are about to change. In that case, let's wait a while. Wang Wei returned to the sect while sending a projection to see his mother. A few days later, Su Shi appeared in the sky. Her angelic voice echoed in the minds of all sentient beings, well, at least, the ones not in the dream world. Heaven and earth above, the world is weak and needs nourishment. I offer this primordial chaos chi to bless my home and all sentient beings. An enormous eye appeared in the sky, looking at everything with indifference. Something flew from Su Shi's hands and entered the eye. Bang! The world shook, and in an instant, all 5 continents and seas grew by more than 50% of their original size. The process of transforming innate chi instantly reached 100%, but this was not the fundamental change of this event. The eye of heavenly Daoist aura suddenly released a terrifying aura that covered the entire world. The truly scary thing was that the aura was no longer on par with a second-class emperor with 14% Grand Dao source, but it rose to first class of 15%. The process did not stop until it reached first class of 17%. Many people's faces changed after noticing this animal, especially the insurgents with first class. Previously, they could walk sideways in the world, ignoring heavenly Daoist's greatest weapon, divine punishment thunder. But now, the power of that punishment is on par with the best of first class. This change did not only affect them but also all the factions. The Heavenly Emperor era had just started, but these people had been planning for the next generations. They knew the minimum requirement for an emperor was first class, but Heavenly Dao suddenly became so powerful out of nowhere. In the future, if a Heavenly Emperor does not have the strength of 18% Grand Dao source, their power in the court will be severely limited by Grand Dao, let alone other factions. The worst part is this situation might be aggravated if the Heavenly Emperor decides to raise the requirement for the position to be at least 18%. Su Shi held the purple merit in her hands while also sensing how many people were cursing her. She knew her actions offended many people and might have certain detrimental effects on the academy. However, the benefits outweigh the gains. With her actions, the academy will have another protection from Heavenly Dao besides the luck for the creation of the academy. With these 2 protections, they won't have to worry about being destroyed in future catastrophes. Su Shi looked in the direction of the Dao opening sect and sent a message, "Thank you. I owe you one." At the last minute, it was Wang Wei who acted and sealed Heavenly Dao, preventing its power from being on par with eternal emperors, if not higher. Su Shi had the same idea, but she was the one who initiated this change, and it would affect her merit if she were the one to do it. Meanwhile, Fengheng did not want Buddhism to owe such large karma as preventing heavenly Tao from evolving and becoming more powerful. Ocean felt the same way about the demon race, and Hu Fenghuang wanted to watch things from the side and see the outcome. Su Shi did not waste any more time and continued her actions. Most of the merit in her hands disappeared, and the world once again changed. An enormous multicolored dragon appeared above the sky, swimming around the world to nourish it. Once it finished its tour, it descended on the Emperor Enlightening Academy, fusing with their faction's Qi Luck Dragon. Today, I, the Time Void Empress, have officially become the 9th Emperor of the Academy. I will preach to all sentient beings. She sat on a throne, surrounded by visions of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Su Shi preached to the world, her voice echoing throughout the world. Wang Wei forcefully disconnected everyone in the dream world after a server-wide announcement so everyone could benefit from this major event. He looked into the sky, feeling that the balance mechanism had been affected, lowering its restrictions on the Dao opening sect after Su Shi's actions. He smiled before closing his eyes and listening. However, he had to stop for a few days during the preaching as the second event he had predicted had occurred. Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei had asked for help. It took longer than I anticipated, he thought before taking a drop of blood from his body to condense a clone. He waved his hand to send it to the Beast Star world before continuing to listen to her sermon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 976 Battle of the Flesh. Wang Wei arrived at his destination, the Star Beast world. As soon as he arrived at his destination, numerous shockwaves attacked him. These attacks were not directed at him but the residual force from many people battling it out. He looked around and immediately noticed something different. This place was full of destroyed planets, galaxies, stardust, scattered black holes, and torn-apart nebulas. However, this was not the most noteworthy aspect. No matter how much things were destroyed, they would slowly recover. Secondly, the terrifying power in the distance was contained in a certain limited area. Is this a void battlefield? Thought Wang Wei before using his divine sense. He was correct, they were now in a separate pocket dimension that was extremely sturdy, allowing even the best Eternal Supreme to go all out without affecting the Star Beast world. Wang Wei noticed something and looked over. Something enormous was looking at him. For a moment, he thought it was the Eye of Heavenly Tao. "You're finally here," said a grand and encompassing voice. As soon as this creature spoke, a potent soundwave echoed in the surroundings, instantly annihilating more than a dozen galaxies that still remained. "You called, so I came," said Wang Wei. "You're too small. Can you increase your size?" Wang Wei wanted to tell him to reduce his size. However, considering he was in the midst of battle, he agreed. He controlled his flesh to grow billions of light years in size, reaching the same height and size as everyone fighting. Wang Wei could not finally see the entire situation. 13 immortal sovereigns surrounded Mu Lei. Meanwhile, he only had 7 people on his side. With one glance, Wang Wei could tell 2 of these allies were members of the Star Lord Mountain and the others were probably allies. The Myriad Emperor world is truly weak compared to the rest of the world, thought Wang Wei after seeing so many immortal sovereigns. The Star Beast world had an advantage in the immortal path when compared to many other worlds. Their cultivation systems involve tempering their bodies, and it's the kind that relies on massive body size. It's a normal fact that the stronger the body, the more energy it can contain. As such, when members of this world become immortal venerables, the starting point of their immortal venerables is extremely high, needing less time to accumulate enough immortal chi for the next year. So, it was not surprising that this world had 20 immortal sovereigns. Wang Wei believed this number would have been higher if not for the balance mechanism that secretly kills or seals these Tier 11 powerhouses. Mu Lei's current situation was not ideal. He was fighting more than 5 immortal sovereigns and losing. His teammates did not fare any better, as they also had to battle more than one opponent at a time. If not for the terrifying resilience of the star beast body, these people would have long been killed. "So, are you ready to pay the price for asking me to act?" asked Wang Wei. "Of course. Otherwise, would not have contacted you," replied Mu Lei with a sigh. He had experienced many in such a short period and realized many things. Now, he was ready to end things. "What do you want me to do?" "Kill them or seal them," continued Wang Wei. "You can kill him, but leave the others alive," replied Mu Lei, pointing to a towering figure that was red all over his body. His eyes contained 10 ancient stars rotating around each other. He did not hide his killing intent. "What did this guy do?" asked Wang Wei, wondering why the usual relaxed Mu Lei had such a terrifying killing intent. However, Mu Lei did not answer and said, "Let's talk later." "All right. Do you want the final blow?" "If I could, I would have done it already," said Mu Lei with a helpless sight, so Wang Wei nodded. Everyone was confused about this strange conversation. However, no one dared to intervene and say anything. As soon as this gray-haired man appeared on the battlefield, everyone had a strange feeling. It was like a heavy weight on their chest that could not be removed no matter what. These people have lived long enough and are powerful enough to know when to trust their instincts or gut feelings. Wang Wei looked at these immortal sovereigns, and magical circles appeared above their heads. Immediately, countless immortal lights flashed from their colossal bodies, but it was useless. In an instant, 12 of these people turned into small crystals. Wang Wei handed these seals to Mu Lei before focusing on the last remaining individual. "I have wanted to test the strength of my flesh for a while, so let's use you as my punching bag." The red-skin immortal sovereign's face became ugly. He saw how easily this new intruder dealt with his allies. "Mu Lei, what about your oath?" Mu Lei looked at him but did not say a single word. He looked at his companions and said, "Let's go." He disappeared from the void battlefield, leaving Wang Wei alone. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Wei, who waited a few seconds before rushing toward his opponent. Boom! Their fists clashed, and the red-skin immortal sovereign, whose name is Jianghu, took a dozen steps backward. However, with his size, these few steps took him millions of light years from a normal human's perception. "Hey, I have been looking forward to this battle. So, you better take it seriously, or your death will be very tragic," said Wang Wei, sending shivers down Jianghu's spine. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before confronting the latter a second time. His tactic was simple and barbaric: fist to fist, flesh to flesh. Golden armor. As these two titans clashed, a golden energy armor appeared around Jianghu's fist, allowing him to protect his hand while also offsetting the force behind Wang Wei's attack. "Yes, this is what I want, what I've been longing for since I proved the Tao," he thought as he unleashed billions of fists in nanoseconds. He heard the sound of something cracking, and the golden light around his opponent's body disappeared. He took this opportunity to punch Jianghu's head. The latter reacted in time as his eyes turned into what resembled star cores but much larger. A laser eye attack tried to stop Wang Wei's punch. Sadly, his defense was simply otherworldly, so a magical scene appeared. Jianghu's head exploded, but he created a Big Bang explosion in the process. In a matter of seconds, a new universe appeared in this void battlefield, expanding beyond the observable universe on Earth. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he noticed a unique aspect of the Star Beast world system. Their regenerative ability did not originate from having endless vitality to regrow body parts, having absolute control over the body and being able to regrow any missing part with enough energy, or having control over concepts that prevented death. The source of their regeneration was their body size. Every time a Star Beast cultivator dies and regenerates, their body size will shrink until it returns to normal size. As such, the bigger their sizes, the more difficult to kill. The world of cultivation is truly wonderful. thought Wang Wei as he continued his assault. His previous attack only took a few 100,000 light-years from his opponent's body, meaning it was barely counted as a serious injury. Big Bang Fist, Wang Wei punched forward, condensing all the sheer strength his body contained from his 76 infant fiend god force into a singular point. This attack was extremely concentrated, appearing in the form of a collapsing black hole in front of his fist. Force absorption spell, Jiang Behen would not take this loss or accept his death. So, he mobilized all the immortal chi inside his body to cast the perfect spell for this occasion. Boom! His body turned into space particles before reassembling itself. He had drastically shrunk, but now was no time to worry about such a thing. Different civilizations will develop differently even with the same ideas and concepts, thought Wang Wei. The way the immortal path battle is similar to mages, using the diversity brought by immortal chi and spells. However, the main way of battle in the Star Beast world is closed combat or the battle of the flesh. As such, even after becoming immortal venerables and sovereigns, they only used spells to support their flesh. Heaven Punishment, Jiang Bi went on the offensive, summoning purple-black lightning to destroy his opponent. However, Wang Wei happily fought the thunder with his flesh despite knowing his opponent's true motive. As expected, Jiang Bi took this opportunity to access foreign energy to help him heal his injury. In the end, his body regained a small portion of the size it had lost. You know this won't change anything, don't you? Said Wang Wei, your arrogance will be your downfall. Don't worry, I only act arrogant in front of the right person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 977 Battle of the Flesh, 2. Pseudo-energy dominance. Jiang Bi took out a small orb, releasing a terrifying amount of energy into the void battlefield. The universe he accidentally created was immediately in shambles as trillions of galaxies crumbled under the pressure of such a vast quantity of immortal chi. Even the entire void battlefield seemed under a lot of pressure, as if the boundary that separated it from the Star Beast world was on the verge of being destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he was in a quagmire. His blood energy was not operating as smoothly as it used to, his soul seemed slightly groggy, and he could tell that even controlling his Grand Dao source would be an issue. Energy dominance, one of the few saving grace of the immortal path, thought Wang Wei. People have seriously underestimated the power of chi or energy. There is a reason it's one of the modules of the world. No one and nothing can completely escape the need for energy. If someone could control the energy needed for an entire chaos world, they would ascend to the level of half-step transcendence. If they could do it on a scale on par with the entire chaos universe, such a person's lowest achievements would be on par with the 6 cardinals. It's true that Grand Dao favors the other path, but it does not mean the immortal path is useless or does not have a way forward, analyzed Wang Wei before focusing on his opponent. It's time for me to test out some of the new techniques I recently created. Let's see how much longer you can remain arrogant, sneered Jiang Bi. He remained calm despite the situation because he saw an opportunity to survive. The strange youth is only using his flesh to fight him. So, as long as he takes this opportunity, there is a chance for him to escape this place. Afterward, he only needs to ascend to the upper dimension. As for the oath he made to protect his faction for the rest of his life, he would deal with the situation after ascending. Life is the most important, there is hope for the future as long as he is alive. Wang Wei no longer talked, he controlled his acupoints and used a new technique. The phantom of the legendary creatures called Kuanpeng appeared behind, showing its majestic wingspan. Swish! Before Jiang Bi could react, Wang Wei was already before him. Another phantom materialized behind him, and it was of a phoenix. Bang! The fist landed on Jiang Bei's head, sending him flying in the distance. However, the force of this attack was not the truly deadly aspect, it was the immortal phoenix flame that was rapidly burning every atom of Jiang Bei's body. His already red skin turned even brighter, but he did not care for such an insignificant change. One of the weaknesses of star beast bodies is attacks that cannot be removed and constantly burning away their flesh and size. Luckily, the world's civilization has developed for a long time and has developed countless countermeasures for such a situation. Flame sealing spell. Jianghu acted instantly and sealed the flame on his body. Sadly, in such a short period, he lost more than 1,000,000 light-years of his body. Additionally, Wang Wei was not given any time to react. Like previously, he appeared before him like he was a ghost. Even with the severe restrictions of the surrounding, Wang Wei's speed was beyond what he could follow. The phantom of a mighty black tortoise appeared behind Wang Wei as he punched his opponent. Jianghu felt a terrifying force invading his inside and destroying his organs and all the energy inside his body. The power of the black tortoise? He thought. Amongst all the 5 sacred beasts, the black tortoise is the largest and the physically strongest. Today, he felt the creature's power from that punch. Sadly, this was not the end. A terrifying rotating power emanated from the fist, rapidly grinding his body into dust. The rotation of yin-yang power? Jianghu's face was ugly, but he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Scattered atom, his body dispersed to its atomic components before reassembling themselves in the distance. Jianghu looked at his opponent with great concentration. However, Wang Wei was nodding in satisfaction. Based on the zodiac acupoint technique, he created a new fleshly body technique using innate demon gods and other powerful creatures as a basis. For example, he replaced the rabid zodiac, which increased speed for the Kunpeng manifestation, allowing his speed to reach another level. With this new technique that he called myriad spirit manifestation, he broke through the limit of the zodiac technique. Of course, he did not abandon all of them, for example, the dragon zodiac. He did not want to lose its ability, and Wang Wei had not met a creature with the same as it, so it remained in the new update. Wang Wei looked at Jianghu. I know you have more potential than this, don't let me down. Behind him, a creature that looked like a scorpion with a human head appeared, followed by lightning and thunder emanating from its body. Primordial God, Thunder God, Wang Wei's body turned into a lightning streak as he penetrated Jianghu's body over and over, turning him into Swiss cheese. The immortal sovereign tried his best to stop his opponent, using countless defensive spells to protect him or spells to reduce his opponent's mobility, but it was futile. In the end, he could only watch as his boda's size drastically reduced for the next minute until Wang Wei stopped. Immediately afterward, Jianghu's face changed as he sensed a foreign force inside his body. Dao will. Wang Wei calmly looked at his opponent. So, that's what Dao will do to your strange body. He could feel that his opponent could no longer use energy to regrow his body until the Dao will was removed. In other words, Jianghu's current size was his limit until he expelled the Dao will from inside. Wang Wei felt this Star Beast world's cultivation system truly had its uniqueness. Although he did not like it, there was a reason their world was one of the best in the endless void. Jianghu's eyes were red, full of anger and madness. His aura suddenly increased, becoming more wild, violent, and uncontrollable. Frowny face rampaging mode. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized what had happened. Jianghu exploded all the immortal qi in his mansion to boost his power and strength. His power did drastically increase. However, he lost the ability to cast spells, and his immortal mansions will definitely crack afterward and even be destroyed if this fight goes long enough. After this battle, Jianghu will no longer have immortal tier battle prowess and must use a lot of effort and resources to heal his immortal mansion. This technique is not replicable by other immortal venerables unless they also have a powerful body. Otherwise, the rampaging immortal qi will instantly annihilate their bodies and souls. Even worse, the immortal mansions of most immortal path cultivators are not sturdy enough to withstand such a technique. Swish! Jianghu appeared before Wang Wei, speed blitzing him this time around. With one punch, Wang Wei's humongous body flew away as his arms exploded into a pile of nothingness. He destroyed too many things in his way, but he did not care. On the contrary, he had a wide grin on his face. This was the first time he was injured since proving the Tao. Although it was only a blood clone and he was only fighting with his flesh, he was happy with the outcome. So, his laughter resonated through this void battlefield. Haha, let's go again. He clashed head-on with Jianghu, ignoring how often certain body parts exploded into oblivion. He did not care since his natural regeneration was already monstrous enough, but he also had the Phoenix manifestation, which could help him. So, he went all out without any reservation. He had an enjoyable battle that allowed him to see the limits of his current flesh cultivation and even push them beyond them. Alas, said Wang Wei, looking at the weak and pale Jianghu. He sighed as he wished the latter could hold on a lot longer. It doesn't matter. I will recreate him in the dream world and continue our fight, thought Wang Wei before focusing on something else. My experiment failed. Wang Wei had a second purpose for this battle. He used his arrogance, behavior, and words to force Jianghu to try something crazy, like using his true power as a Tier 11 powerhouse. His real objective is whether true heavenly Tao would remove the restrictions on an immortal sovereign when fighting him, allowing them to have the same strength they would have in the upper dimension. Unfortunately, nothing happened during the entire battle. There are 3 ways to explain the situation. True heavenly Tao will keep the rules no matter the circumstances. It did not allow for any changes because I fought with a blood clone, or it will wait until a later date before removing the restrictions. If immortal sovereigns have access to their real strength, it will make many of Wang Wei's plans more difficult. As such, he needed to be prepared in advance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978 First Queen. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes again, focusing on the battle between his clone and the immortal sovereign. He looked at his smiling face and followed soon. It should be about time. Luckily, it won't bring her much trouble, thought Wang Wei, hating the fact he had to rely on others for protection. However, he did not deal with the issue for too long as he sent his divine sense to the conferred god list in the heavenly court and changed something. A new name appeared in one of the positions. This should have fundamentally changed the state of the world, but no one knew, and no visible changes could be detected. So, he closed his eyes and listened to the sermon without wasting any time. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong opened her eyes from her cultivation room, feeling her destiny had changed. Queen Mother? A destiny related to the Heavenly Emperor karmic position? She took a moment to deduce the changes that occurred to her. So, that's what he did in the lower dimension? The Sword Empress did not mention much detail, probably not knowing much herself. However, she knew his actions greatly impacted the upper dimension's Tao opening sect. Wu Hong raised her hand as merit descended from the sky into her hands. She immediately frowned as she sensed a terrifying gaze full of malice. Luckily, another power came and blocked this gaze, otherwise, she felt she would have died. Is the difference so vast? Thought Wu Hong, sighing deeply. In times like this, she regretted not taking these lesser methods. However, she will not dwell too long on this kind of useless emotion. With this merit, I can accelerate my healing time, she thought, looking in the distance. I guess I will owe him some karma. She closed her eyes and continued her retreat. Time was not waiting for anyone, and the world was rapidly changing. Her current situation was not ideal for the upcoming catastrophe. She wanted to return to her peak as soon as possible even if such an attempt was very risky in the current political landscape. Star Beast World, Void Battlefield. Wang Wei's clone looked at the weakened Jianghu and exhaled. This battle was enjoyable, but all good things must come to an end. He raised his hand and slapped down. No, you can't kill me. I am. The dragon zodiac attack instantly annihilated his soul and colossal body. Normally, Wang Wei would have used this man as a resource. After all, although it's arduous to remove the brand in an immortal sovereign's immortal qi, it's still possible after much effort. However, considering this man has some personal connection with his business partner, Mu Lei, he decided to give him a clean death. Wang Wei raised his hand to look at this void battlefield. With a swipe of his divine sense, he reverse-engineered how it was created. As expected, this one is different from the battle spirit world, he analyzed. The one he saw in that world was empty and a dimension with extremely reinforced space walls. However, the one in the Star Beast world contained some of the ability to regenerate matter and would create a universe once it was given enough time to rest and recuperate. This change seemed to result from aesthetic choices and the difference in laws between each world. Regardless, it's worth learning for my battlefield. After analyzing this, he had a schematic of refining his void battlefield. So, he sent a message to Sword One in the commercial hub to look for certain rare materials that would aid in the process. Finally, he took a step and appeared in the Star Lord Mountain, where Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing waited for him. The three quickly got into the atmosphere, mostly because Mu Lei was extremely open-minded and did not mind the vast difference in strength between him and Wang Wei. Well, at least he did not show it. So, are you going to tell me the story between you two? Asked Wang Wei, who was served wine instead of tea. Why do you sound like a girl who wants some juicy gossip? Said Mu Lei. Hey, it's not only girls who enjoy gossip, replied Wang Wei with a sneer. Don't change the subject. Mu Lei sighed as he gulped his wine. The story is very cliché. I met a close friend, and we became sword brothers. However, as you know, he was also my competitor in this battle. So, we made an oath to ensure we can compete fairly in the final battle. Unfortunately, this was the beginning of the recent events. Mu Lei began to drink again, a slightly desolate look appeared in his eyes. Luckily, the quiet Tong Ruobing held his hand underneath the table, so he smiled at her. In this generation, our sect was very hostile toward the Jiang clan, almost causing an all-out war. My sword brother did not want this, so he convinced our two factions to make another oath not to kill each other's family members. With this oath, I thought the Jiang clan was the perfect ally after I secretly created the court. Who knew, their ancestor betrayed me, leading to the previous battle. As for the oath, he found a loophole since he was not the one killing me. With this short conversation, Wang Wei understood many things. Mu Lei could not be like him and immediately show the existence of the court after creating it. Instead, he probably followed Tong Ruobing's advice and secretly found allies through sharing benefits and maybe intimidation. Then, once the majority of factions with immortal sovereigns become their allies, they officially established the Heavenly Court. Sadly, the Jiang clan's betrayal alerted these factions in advance, and out of greed, they banded together to suppress Mu Lei and the Star Lord Mountain to take control of most of the court's power. So, what happened to your sword brother? He was ashamed after what his family did and did not dare to see him. So, he sealed himself. Wang Wei looked at him but did not say anything despite guessing this was a lie. The cultivator world can be extreme regarding certain things. People are fickle, fathers and mothers can sell their children for the right benefit. However, some people are extremely loyal, earnestly taking their oaths and friendships. So, Mu Lei's sword brother probably took his family's betrayal as his own, and he tried to kill himself to redeem himself before his brother. Finally, Mu Lei saved him and sealed him to prevent him from doing such a thing. The latter's thinking is probably that time was the best way for his sword brother to process this event and accept the result. So, are you guys prepared to establish the court officially? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I've already convinced Heavenly Dao to allow me to take the position, and my sect has refined the court. I only need an official ceremony, the position will be mine. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Mu Lei was not himself, so he could not forcefully seal Heavenly Dao to get the position. Otherwise, there would be catastrophic results as Heavenly Dao tried everything to revolt. So, when he allowed them to use his idea, he also suggested conversing with Heavenly Dao and convinced it of the benefit. In that case, let's discuss my share of the pie. Now that he appeared and helped Mu Lei reverse his situation, according to their agreement, he will have an even greater piece of the share. Additionally, they also must pay for the merit-proving method, for Tong Ruobing to prove the Dao. After a few hours of discussion, everyone came up with a satisfactory remuneration. After the process, Wang Wei was smiling brilliantly while Tong Ruobing looked at him as if she wanted to stab him. Only Mu Lei had a nonchalant attitude. According to him, the future benefits will outweigh the current loss, so why make a fuss? By the way, added Wang Wei, according to my predictions, your status as Queen Mother will not be enough to prove the Dao immediately. Do you want a loan with an interest of 5% to expedite the process? No, thank you, said Tong Ruobing instantly. According to her calculations, she will be the second Queen Mother of the world, making this an achievement to be remembered, thus increasing the merit she will receive. And if her predictions are correct and Wang Wei's wife has ascended, then she will be the first queen in the lower dimension. As such, it won't take her very long to receive the merit from her position to prove the Dao. Getting a loan was not worth it when she only needed to wait such a short period. Plus, she has other ways to accelerate the process. That's a shame, said Wang Wei, he wanted to make even more profit. Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes after seeing his expression. She had never seen a man who was so focused on making a profit, not willing to make a loss in anything. Alright, let's get started, said Mu Lei, showing his perfect white teeth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979 The New Rules. Heaven above, I, the Cosmic Thunder Emperor, today, create the heavenly court to regulate the world and bring prosperity to all sentient beings. Mu Lei's voice echoed through every planet, star field, and galaxy of this world, sounding like a whisper to everybody's ears. Then, a projection of his heavenly court manifested above the sky, and everyone could see it. Cosmic thunder. Cosmic should be from the star-related system. His name is Lei, which also means thunder. Did he also choose thunder as his Dao because of this? Analyzed Wang Wei before looking at this world's heavenly court. The aesthetic was completely different from his, having a more starry sky feeling than his court's ethereal, noble, and immortal atmosphere. The court was designed to be more suitable for this world. I could add a similar aesthetic to my court, making it more beautiful, thought Wang Wei, feeling his court should be the most beautiful since it's the orthodox one. While he was deep in thought with his interior design project, Mu Lei summoned every major faction in the Star Beast world for the first meeting. Wang Wei did not attend but looked at things from the shadows. Mu Lei sat on his throne with Tong Ruobing sitting by his side. Wang Wei noticed some people giving her side eyes, including members of the Star Lord Mountain. Wang Wei did not take long to guess the reason. Some people were dissatisfied with Tong Ruobing as Mu Lei's partner. Previously, they supported this marriage because she had the potential to be an eternal emperor, but she failed in her battle. Of course, the defeat is not the main reason for this change of heart. After all, Tong Ruobing's talent still exists, and with Mu Lei's help, she has a high chance of proving the Dao to the next generation. However, the creation of the court and the position of Queen Mother involved great benefits, including an opportunity to use merit to prove the Dao. As Wang Wei prevented Tong Ruobing or Mu Lei from revealing the content of the technique, this opportunity became even more valuable. So, some people did not want it to go to her, probably even asking Mu Lei to choose another Dao partner, most likely someone from their factions. The meeting continued, and the first thing Mu Lei did was to display his power to these factions. He showed them the sealed immortal sovereigns, using them as leverage to have absolute control over the court. Mu Lei was not greedy and followed Wang Wei's model to share the benefit with everybody else. He also followed the same model. The court's position was not hereditary, and someone could take the throne in each generation. He mentioned how only first-class emperors could take the position, but Mu Lei did not mention anything after leaving a test to determine whether an emperor was worthy. He did not have Wang Wei's prestige, so he could not be as arrogant as him, otherwise, the Star Lord Mountain would suffer from backlash after he leaves. Mu Lei did not mention much about the position of regents when there were no first-class emperors in the world. Vert smart move, thought Wang Wei as he figured out Mu Lei's tactic. The latter knew the limitations of his strength and lack of prestige, so he planned to buy himself time to increase his strength. Mu Lei was someone with great, untapped potential. So, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's position, his strength will drastically increase in the next few thousand years. Once he is powerful enough, and with Tong Rubing's help, he can act semi-arrogant like Wang Wei, determining the position of regent and even the tests to determine the next Heavenly Emperor. And before he achieves these goals, he will use the immortal sovereigns as his hostage and blackmail material. Wang Wei watched the God-conferring ceremony. The Star Beast world was different, so there were a few differences from the Myriad Emperor world despite Mu Lei also dividing it into 10 main positions. Positions like the God of Space, Stars, Suns, and Moons were invaluable compared to their counterparts in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he must control these positions, ensuring they go to the Star Lord Mountain and his allies who stayed by his side during times of adversity. Wang Wei watched everything, including the process of receiving the merit. He closed his eyes, sensing something. He felt the destiny and luck associated with his Heavenly Emperor era bloomed with a new light of prosperity. As the founder, his luck and merit reached another level. Yes, the lower dimension's future is for every Heaven-Will world and world community to enter the Heavenly Emperor era. By then, true Heavenly Tao would not have to use much power to properly ensure the lower dimension functions. All that power can then be focused on dealing with supreme unity. Wang Wei could not fathom how much benefit he would receive in the process. However, what truly matters is he can weaken his current greatest enemy's supreme unity. In this battle of half-step transcendence, his ability can play a role no matter how small. Wang Wei suddenly felt a terrifying gaze full of killing intent. It was extremely brief before disappearing, but it made his heart literally skip a beat. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky before sneering. He did not have any personal conflict with Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, the latter was his enemy due to circumstance, so he would treat him like he did all his enemies, ruthlessly destroying them at all costs. Wang Wei ignored the previous sensation as he closed his eyes again, feeling the changes in heaven and earth. My prediction was correct. True Heavenly Tao has established new rules for becoming a Heavenly Emperor. It seems to be a trial. From now on, no one can use his or Mu Lei's method to sit on that throne. Emperors must pass a test from true Heavenly Tao to hold the karma position of Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after dividing the test. There was no limit on strength, so technically, even a third-class emperor could become a Heavenly Emperor based on true Heavenly Tao standard. However, such a class of emperor cannot bear the power of a Heaven-Will world. They would be paralyzed if they took the position as they tried to share more burdens for Heavenly Tao. So, if a third-class emperor wishes to hold this position, he or she must give up most of his or her powers and share a small burden with Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei focused on the other rules of the test. There is a need for a certain level of Tao heart, karma cannot be too negative, and temperament cannot be too extreme. Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, immortal sovereigns, and insurgents cannot be official, Heavenly Emperor. Is this rule because I left the position of regent for the Tao opening sect? Thought Wang Wei. These other paths of immortality cannot sit on the throne officially, but they can serve as regent during generations when no worthy emperors appear. Wang Wei did not dwell too long on this subject as he had 3 main rules remaining. The first one involved foreign emperors. People from other world communities can become the heavenly emperor in a foreign plane, but the test they take will be 10 times more challenging. Furthermore, that's only if they have not wasted their 2 attempts. So, each person has 2 attempts at the test. When was true heavenly Tao so generous? Thought Wang Wei before acquiring the answer to his question. An emperor can try again after failing the first test, but the second test will also be exponentially more difficult. Furthermore, if a person fails the 2 tests, they cannot go to another heaven will and try again. The rules are strict but also leave room for maneuvering, thought Wang Wei, thinking of his situation. A great emperor could pass heavenly Daoist trial but fail the one he left. Such an emperor cannot sit on the throne even though heaven and earth technically acknowledge them. The same can apply to other world communities if a powerful great emperor appears and leaves their mark on the court. The heavenly emperor era will be prosperous beyond anything people can imagine. If I confuse my existence with the word heavenly emperor, I can imagine how difficult it would be to kill me. Eternal emperors from the lower dimension have another advantage: it's difficult to interact with the lower dimension. As such, when killing them, there will be some restrictions or interference because of the world's rules. This advantage will be magnified on Wang Wei once he succeeds in his plan. Wang Wei smiled after thinking about this. Things have been going smoothly recently. I should be more careful in case my luck is too prosperous. His eyes squinted as he waited for the meeting to end. He still had a few finishing touches to make before returning home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 980 Another Merit Opportunity. The meeting soon ended, and Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing walked into the back garden where Wang Wei was fishing. Without looking at them, he asked, "How does it feel? Sitting on the throne?" "Invigorating," said Mu Lei. "Also, very addictive." He was confident in his Tao heart, but even he felt a sense of losing control after realizing how much power he had. Such a power should not be spread lightly, warned Mu Lei. He also realized the lower dimension was about to change, entering an era where everybody competed to become heavenly emperor. Great emperors are still human with 6 desires and 7 emotions, so they cannot escape the desire for power and glory. As such, he knew the endless void would soon be in turmoil. If you can think this, do you think true heavenly Tao won't? True. Have there already been changes? Asked Tong Ruobing. Yes. There is a new order, and people must pass true heavenly Daoist trial if they want permission to establish a court. So fast? I thought there would be a few more before the rules changed. Wang Wei stopped fishing and looked at her. Were you planning to sell my ideas to others? Of course not, replied Tong Ruobing. She was not this stupid, especially knowing what kind of person Wang Wei was. Really? Really, I just thought true heavenly Tao would be slow to react. Well, at least, not until the 3rd heavenly emperor appeared. Wang Wei moved his head while nodding. He also had similar thoughts as Tong Ruobing, thinking a few more would appear before the new rules manifested. You remind me that the news of the court won't be a secret yet because of your world's connections to the commerce hub and other world communities. I should take precautions to protect my idea. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he activated one of his old abilities, Emperor Words Are Law. I cast a curse of suffering. Anyone who becomes a heavenly emperor in this generation will suffer for eternity until they pay me compensation for this idea and changing the era. Bodum. The entire lower dimension trembled slightly, almost undetectable by most sentient beings. Then, a terrifying curse enveloped the entire endless void, attaching itself to the concept of the heavenly emperor. You. Mu Lei was speechless, not only because of what Wang Wei did but because of the latter's strength. He could feel this curse enveloping the entire lower dimension in a matter of seconds. "How can these people use my ideas without paying a patent fee?" said Wang Wei with a sneer. "What's a patent?" asked Tong Ruobing, making Wang Wei pause as he realized another opportunity to get merit. "The concept of patent and fee does not exist. I remember complaining about how each world community functioned as its own independent universe. A person can take an idea from one world community and apply it to another and still receive merits as long as they pass it as their own. My solution to this problem was to use curses to guarantee my creations. A patent system that governs all world communities is a better solution, and one with great merit. The creation of the patent system can guarantee the work or creation of all cultivators, motivating people to innovate. Previously, such a system would be difficult to enact on a scale as large as the entire lower dimension. One of the core themes of the world is the law of the jungle, so true heavenly Tao might not care if someone lost their creation because they were too weak to protect it. Although it values innovation, it wants more if people struggle in this cruel system and strive to reach the top. However, the dream world has now appeared, intensifying the competition in the lower dimension while ensuring many people's lives. As such, true heavenly Tao will also place more emphasis on innovation and encourage people to be creative. In other words, the patent system is perfect for the current development stage of the world. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He realized this situation was another form of assimilation. Although his memories from Earth dominate his personality, he will be influenced by the world the longer he lives. So, when facing certain problems, how he solved them will lean more toward this world than Earth. "You don't need to know what a patent is for now," said Wang Wei, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She knew it was probably another great idea that would revolutionize the world. Unfortunately, she cannot use it for herself. "I'm here to ask about the dream world," continued Tong Ruobing, giving Wang Wei a strange look. She wondered how he could come up with so many ideas. People have long speculated that the Heavenly Emperor was a reincarnated powerhouse, hence why his ideas and views of the world were so unique. However, no one could guess what kind of world was so special or what kind of powerhouse he was in his first life. However, all signs indicate that he was a scary individual in his previous life. Some people even believe his current strength is because he is slowly regaining the power from his former life. "The dream world will be available to other world communities, but not now," replied Wang Wei, as his hook caught a fish, making his eyes twinkle. He caught a small black fish, however, he could tell the real size of that thing was enormous, allowing him to have a feast. "Could we?" "No," replied Wang Wei calmly while also trying to catch another fish. "There can only be one dream world. Is there any room for negotiation?" continued Tong Ruobing. "Unfortunately, no." She frowned before changing her tactic. "What about choosing us as your first step of expansion? Better yet, we can negotiate a price to give us a time buffer before opening it to everyone else." He, replied Wang Wei. He was unsurprised that Tong Ruobing could see the advantage of early access to the dream world. "For the right price, I can agree to your request. However, I can only give you a maximum buffer of 500 years. 500 years? That's too short. At least 10,000 years. Wang Wei ignored her shoddy method of raising the price for negotiation. 500 years is a long time if you take this opportunity and use all the resources available to train Heaven Chosen. So, either take it or leave it. Is there really no room for negotiation? Asked Tong Ruobing with gritted teeth. No. Fine, but can you let him use it in the meantime? Wang Wei looked at Mu Lei. If he had access to the battle tower, his progress would indeed be impressive. All right. Anyway, we can be considered acquaintances, so it's not a problem to give early access, replied Wang Wei before raising his hand to condense a special talisman for Mu Lei. Stars flashed in his eyes, showing his excitement. He could not wait to battle the emperors of the myriad emperor world to see how he compared. Wang Wei was a freak and an anomaly, but all their eternal emperors cannot be like this, right? Wang Wei stood up and put his fishing gear away. You better train for a while if you want to challenge our Eternals. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself, warned Wang Wei. I know, replied Mu Lei as he smiled wryly. It's time for me to leave. You can send someone to discuss the price for the Dream World access, said Wang Wei as he directly looked into Tong Rubing's eyes. Based on your past experience, I feel I should give you this warning, don't forget you're a member of the Myriad Emperor world. He disappeared after saying this. Are you alright? Asked Mu Lei. I'm fine, said Tong Ruobing, shaking her head. She knew why the latter warned her, but she had no plan to betray her homeworld or have her faction move to the Star Beast world. She knew even if she proved the Tao, they would never agree to move to another world community, especially since their faction holds the destiny of Talisman Ancestor. As such, she would never make such a bad move. Mu Lei looked at his wife. In his eyes, she was perfect in every way. But if he had to choose a flaw, it would be that her ambitions can blind her mind, making her have no bottom line when doing things. However, as long as he is by her side and reminds her, he can prevent her from going too far. Meanwhile, she is the driving force, forcing him to be more ambitious and less laid back. They complement each other perfectly. Wait, she will soon prove the Tao. With her talent, her strength will definitely surpass mine by leagues. Mu Lei was suddenly worried. Although he long accepted she was more talented and powerful than him, he did not want the difference to be too large. I will retreat immediately. In case of an emergency, you're in charge of the court's affairs. After saying those words, he kissed her on the cheek before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981 Senior Sister. Wang Wei listened to Su Shi's sermon, taking this opportunity to learn something new and consolidate his already existing cultivation and knowledge. The entire process lasted 3 years before ending. He opened his eyes, which were full of wisdom, exhaling deeply. It was always helpful to hear the understanding of cultivation from someone with the same cultivation as him. It won't be long before it's Tong Rubing's turn, thought Wang Wei, thinking that the Myriad Emperor world will experience the same thing a few more times. He glanced at Su Shi in the distance, and before she disappeared, he contacted her. How is the process of reviving Lin Fan? She was surprised that he asked such a question, but she decided to reply truthfully, I've almost learned the technique. You should hurry up. Why? I will give all the people in our generation a great opportunity. If you don't want him to miss it, you better hurry up. Great opportunity? I cannot say much, but you should prepare. Su Shi frowned. If even Wang Wei said it was a great opportunity, it won't be something simple. However, she also wondered what his motives were. Unfortunately, there was too little information to speculate. I will. Another thing. Try to contact Emperor Kong and say I want to see him, added Wang Wei. Can I know what's this about? Not now, but know it's crucial that I meet him as soon as possible. I will try, but there is no guarantee he will answer. Just try. The conversation ended, and Su Shi returned to the academy. However, she was somewhat distracted by this conversation. She wanted to know what he was planning. After being unable to figure out these things, she decided to hold a meeting and see if the others could help her brainstorm. Once they finish, then she will contact the upper dimension. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei returned to the court after the sermon. One of his projects was completed during the past 3 years, so he needed to take care of it. In his cultivation room, he held a soul in his palm, Yuzhou's soul. Finally completed, thought Wang Wei. After receiving the soul from Tong Rubing's hands, he pondered what to do with it. He could not search the memories because their memories were protected. Wang Wei was sure this soul would self-destruct if he tried to mess with it in any shape or form. He did not dare absorb or use it as a form of resource. For a moment, he found the soul utterly useless until he had an idea. He refined the karma thread connected to the soul into a talisman that would allow him to discover the traitors in other world communities. Wang Wei held a green jade talisman before him. He would not have succeeded if he had not been super careful and ensured the process was slow. He waved his hand to open a portal before him, sending the talisman to Wang Ju. He tasked her to send the Fate Shadow Guard to find the identity of these traitors, especially the one who proved the Tao. He needed to prepare for the external expansion of the court and the dream world. Once he finished, he focused on his friends and family, checking on them. His father and grandfather were still in retreat, experiencing rigorous training. Yan Liling was creating her immortal rune system. She now had great achievement in the process after the fusion of her new bloodline. Li Jun was also training extremely hard, using the baleful aura from the Dao burial ground to the best of its use. He chose to walk an alternative path of the Nine Extremity Foundation by tempering her body to be on par with Dao Ancestor. With his current talent, walking the unorthodox way should not be a problem. However, this method is indeed the best despite the downside. Having such a strong body is not the same as having a successful Nine Extremity Foundation, and that's because Nine Extremity involves all aspects: flesh, soul, law, and Dao heart. It's fine. Once his flesh is powerful enough, he only needs to use the yang energy in his blood to temper his soul. Afterward, he can make up for the other aspect through intense battles against the Heaven Chosens from the endless void. Such a path was more fitting for Li Jun's personality, slaughter Dao, and battle human fiend god bloodline. Wang Wei sent him a message to use the battle tower more often before focusing on someone else, Tai Gang. Wang Wei frowned after seeing the state he was in. The latter was in a more relaxed state since he proved the Dao. He lacks motivation and is doing things because of his promise. However, his mind is already not here, preparing for his reincarnation. Wang Wei pondered for a moment whether he should allow Tai Gang to leave and reincarnate. However, after pondering briefly, he realized the latter's innate talent might still be useful in the future. So, he also sent him a message, telling him to prepare for the major competition in the battle tower. If Tai Gang could make a name on any of the lists, the chi luck and destiny he acquired would greatly benefit him in his reincarnation. Wang Wei saw his words seemed to have some effect and nodded. His gaze then shifted to others, Wu Ming and Miscellaneous One, to be precise. Unfortunately, their research is almost finished but still not completed. It's good they are almost done. My next retreat will focus on my profession Dao, thought Wang Wei before his eyes shifted to Elder Dan, the other emperor-tier professional of the sect. He handed all the bodies from the Dao burial ground to him, so he wanted to check on the progress of his pills. Sadly, too little time had passed, and the results were slow, even with the use of time acceleration formation he left for the other. Finally, Wang Wei checked on another individual, Desolate One. A slight surprise flashed in his eyes when he realized the latter succeeded. He re-established his foundation, achieving strength on par with eternal emperors. Desolate One was now cultivating the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution, trying to increase his strength to an even higher level. The sect has another eternal battle strength. He nodded in satisfaction, especially since Desolate One hit his cultivation level and did not announce it to the public, and only a few people in the sect knew. Low-key development will be our motto from now on, so I'm glad he has already got in the mood. He flickered his hand to send the latter a copy of the Metamorphosis art. Desolate seems talented in body refining, so he could learn something from this strange technique. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the world as he accessed the dream world to continue his fight with Jianghu. However, he soon detected something that drew his attention. A new form of destiny is being gathered? Who is the source? He used his authority in the dream world to see through one of the settings. A young woman in blue was simulating refining a pill. She had thousands of materials before her. Senior Sister Hoshu? Wang Wei remembered her from the Origin Pill Dao sect. The latter was a die-hard advocate for material alchemy. However, the sect is primarily based on rune alchemy, making her suffer countless bullying and derision over the years. Has she acquired the destiny to revive material alchemy in the world? Thought Wang Wei. The world is changing, and resources are abundant. With the addition of the dream world, material alchemy can return to the world stage and even prosper. After a brief analysis, he understood it made sense for Heavenly Dao to revive this lost form of alchemy at this stage of the world's development. Wang Wei observed for a moment, not hiding his surprise and admiration. The limit of material alchemy has always been Earth-tier pill because many recipes were secretly destroyed or lost to history. Adding the fact that no one wanted to support this type of alchemist, no one successfully created a heaven-tier pill. However, Wang Wei could tell that Hoshu was attempting to refine a saint-tier pill, meaning she had already created a miracle and revived material alchemy to the level of Earth-tier. This pill will probably fail, he thought, and as expected, a few minutes later, the cauldron exploded, and the pill failed. However, Hoshu was not discouraged but smiled instead. She condensed another cauldron and material to refine another batch without wasting time. Hoshu repeated the process a few times before stopping and closing her eyes. A few hours later, she reopened them and continued her refining, displaying rapid progress in such a short period. Hard work, extreme focus, great destiny, and potent Dao heart. She's only lacking in the talent department, analyzed Wang Wei, who suddenly had the urge to accept a disciple. However, he soon removed that idea from his mind. However, he still chose to meet the girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 982 Revival. Your Majesty, said Hoshu, shocked by the person suddenly appearing in her refining simulations. With her Saint Realm cultivation, she had never met someone of that level, so she did not know how to respond. Be at ease, said Wang Wei with a smile, but Hoshu's trembling hand betrayed the calm exterior she displayed. So, Wang Wei had no choice but to use his soul to alleviate her nervousness secretly. What can I help you with? Asked Hoshu after successfully calming down. I saw you were using material alchemy and was interested. Hoshu paused before saying with a wry smile, I know it's a dying or lost form of art. But, there is no need to explain to me. I am not prejudiced against any form of alchemy. Hoshu breathed in relief but showed a hesitation on her face. Do you have something in your mind? Continued Wang Wei. Your Majesty, do you think material alchemy has a place in the world? Wang Wei looked at her and saw a little girl full of hope, unwillingness, and fear toward the future. He secretly sighed. Technically speaking, Hoshu was born earlier than him by at least a few decades. However, because of how weird the cultivation world is, his body and mind are way older than him. Additionally, seniority is determined by strength, so in this world, no one can force Wang Wei to call him senior. The moment I created the dream world, material alchemy was destined to rise, said Wang Wei, and he immediately saw Hoshu's shoulder relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That's good, repeated Hoshu in a low voice for a few seconds. If you don't mind asking, why are you so insisting on material alchemy? It's because of my master, said Hoshu with a look of reminiscent. My alchemy talent has never been the best, but he took me in and accepted me as a disciple, treating me like a daughter. My master was a true believer of material alchemy, believing it had its place in the world. So, you inherited his legacy? Yes. He did not live long enough to see such a day, but no matter what, I will show the world that material alchemy is a viable Dao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He did not know why her master was so obsessed with this form of alchemy and even passed it on to his disciples. However, some people have different goals and interests, so he would not comment on them. How is your life in the sect? Asked Wang Wei. You can tell me the truth. Ho Shi was confused by such an odd question but still answered, life is tough. My alchemy talent is not the best, and my Dao is not very popular, so I get bullied sometimes. However, the sect has rules so the junior and senior brothers do not go too far. Any interest in changing sect? The Dao opening sect will welcome you with open arms and give you all the necessary help and resources. WH. What? I mean every word I said. For a few seconds, Ho Shi did not know what to say. Then, her face turned red, and she looked at the ground. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Wang Wei secretly sighed, can I ask why? My master always had a dream, said Ho Shi, who took a deep breath before looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes. He wanted our sect to have another lineage for material alchemy. Although I know the chances of succeeding are slim, I still want to try it. Ambitious, thought Wang Wei, he never thought this determined senior sister had the ambition to prove the Dao and open a new alchemy lineage in the Origin Pill Dao sect. Wang Wei looked at her as he realized the wonder of destiny. The Origin Pill Dao sect held the Pill Ancestor destiny, so it made sense that a new Emperor alchemy lineage would manifest in their sect. It's the same for Wu Ming's Totem Warrior lineage that appeared in the Origin Rune Palace. Although it took some drastic measures before succeeding, the end result was the same. It's fine if you don't want to change your sect, said Wang Wei. Although he failed to lure this new destiny to his sect, maybe it was for the best. I'm a person who likes talent, so I will give you a few gifts. He pointed at her forehead, and in an instant, Ho Shi felt a technique appear in her mind. Force control skill? Ho Shi's eyes lit up as she understood the implications of this technique. Her alchemy talent would become unparalleled. No, not just alchemy talent but also my cultivation talent. With the dream world simulation setting in her innate talent that allowed her to know the essence of all spiritual herbs and how to combine them, she had little doubt she could revive material alchemy Dao. However, to prove the Dao, she needs strength. Sadly, she knew how terrible her cultivation talent was compared to these heaven-chosens. She was born earlier than all of them but was still a peak saint, while the best of them had already proven the Dao. However, she saw hope in making up for the gap with this technique. I must warn you, this technique cannot be passed on to anyone else, even your closest person, said Wang Wei. I swear on my life to never reveal, said Ho Shi without hesitation. Wang Wei nodded. Although he had already placed restrictions on the technique, he still wanted her attitude regarding the matter. The second gift I have for you is destiny. He pointed at her and gathered the remaining scattered destiny of material alchemy Dao, focusing everything on her. Thank you, Your Majesty, bowed Ho Shi. As a saint from a top emperor lineage, she had knowledge of things like luck and destiny, so she guessed what the heavenly emperor did. This is my last gift for you, continued Wang Wei as a multicolored flame materialized on his palm. Chaos flame, uttered Ho Shi with wide eyes. That's correct. As an alchemist, you should understand the benefit of a powerful heavenly flame, especially for material alchemy. I don't know how to repay such kindness, said Ho Shi. She wanted to accept and reject such a heavy gift. I will help you today so that you can help me tomorrow. Where would Your Majesty ever need my help? I will ascend and leave this world one day. But after you prove the Dao, maybe my sect will need you to take care of it. So, implanting a seed today that can become fruit someday. I didn't expect Your Majesty to have so much faith in me, said Ho Shi with a blush. It doesn't matter whether I have faith in you. What matters is whether you have faith in yourself, said Wang Wei. The path of Emperor is cruel, and without the mindset that I will be the final victor no matter the circumstances, you won't go far even if you have the best talent in the world. I understand, she replied with brilliant eyes. Wang Wei nodded before handing her a seed of his chaos flame. I'm looking forward to your future, said Wang Wei before disappearing from the room. Before the entrance to the tower, Wang Wei's dream avatar appeared with a smile. Her rise should shake things in the Origin Pill Dao sect. Let's see if I can use this opportunity to spy on Lu Cheng's secrets. He entered the tower to recreate his battle with Jianghu. Emperor Enlightening Academy, Su Shi looked at the altar before her with no response and frowned. Headmaster, what should we do? Wait and see. If there is no response after a while, tell the Heavenly Emperor the truth. After giving the instructions, she left and returned to seclusion. She activated the array in the room to the limit so she could have as much time as possible on the inside while only a short period passed by on the outside. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shi opened her eyes and exhaled. It was time. Su Shi always felt it was not the right time to see him again. However, after listening to Xin's advice, she knew she was procrastinating and running away from her troubles. So, inspired by the Heavenly Emperor's words, she decided to stop avoiding and confront the issue head-on. Su Shi meticulously reconstructed her husband Lin Fan's existence, while using his world imprint as the medium. She took her time, going as slowly as needed to ensure no mistakes or errors. In the process, her understanding of existence drastically improved. After what felt like an eternity, a handsome young man appeared before her. He looked exactly as she remembered him, except for his very weak aura. However, it was understandable since she inherited everything from him, including his cultivation. Where am I? Asked Lin Fan as he looked around. When he saw Su Shi, the concussion in his eyes faded, replaced by uncontrollable elation. Shire? I knew you would succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 983 Changes, Adapt, and Grow. Lin Fan rushed into her arms, embracing her tightly. Only a moment had passed for him, 1 second, he was dead, and the other, he was revived. However, death felt like an eternity for Lin Fan. So, he wanted to find comfort in the familiarity. As he held her into his arms, that familiarity soothed his soul, at least for a moment. He soon realized something was different about her. She was now 3 inches taller than he remembered. A lot has happened since I've been gone, huh? Asked Lin Fan. You have no idea, replied Su Shi with a deep sigh. Why don't you catch me up? How was your final battle? How did you defeat Wang Wei and kill that bitch Suya? Su Shi looked at him, and Lin Fan was perplexed by her eyes. Things are not as simple as you imagine, continued Su Shi as she sat him down and served some tea while explaining everything that occurred since his death. Meanwhile, Lin Fan kept drinking without stopping. He was never a significant fan of tea, but on this occasion, he had no choice but to drink as much as possible. In the next hour, he learned too many things. He learned about the cause of his death, the Supreme Outlaw trial. He learned his greatest enemy Wang Wei passed the trial. He learned about Su Ya's fate of sealing herself. He learned about who died before reaching the final battle, who became crippled, how controversial the cleanup was, the excitement of the Gu Xian trial, the final battle and those 2 titans' achievements, the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor era and the current changes of the world. Lin Fan kept drinking his tea, feeling this was the only soothing thing for him in this world. Maybe I shouldn't tell you everything as soon as you return, said Su Shi. No, it's fine. It's better to receive the shock now than later, he replied, exhaling deeply to calm down. Well, you're taking the news better than I anticipated. After all, I've experienced true death. Such an experience will change anybody, replied Lin Fan calmly. I see. So, what do you think? Lin Fan took a moment. I am both glad and sad I could not experience such a generation. Fighting all these terrifying geniuses is anyone else's dream and nightmare. Lin Fan did not know what he would have eventually accomplished if his death had not untimely taken him. Although Su Shi's accomplishments are an indication of his potential, it did not mean he could have reached the same height as her. For example, he would never have left the myriad emperor world and proved the Tao elsewhere. His pride and status as the Academy's next headmaster would never allow him to make such a decision. So, could he have broken the barrier between mortal and immortal without heading to the martial hegemony world? Lin Fan did not know the answer to this question. Lin Fan took another moment to reorganize his thoughts and plan for his future. He gazed at his wife, finding her both familiar and foreign. She must have figured it out, he thought before exhaling out loud. So, what's next? I mean, for us. Su Shi did not immediately give him an answer. I've been thinking about this for a while. The only way forward for our relationship is for there to be only the two of us. You want me to abandon the others? Asked Lin Fan in a frown. Our previous dynamic can no longer be the same. Lin Fan smiled wryly as he knew she was correct. His current wife was a great emperor, no, even better. She was an eternal emperor, a being that stood at the apex of the food chain. How could she allow her husband to have multiple partners? If the situation had been reversed and he had been the one who proved the Tao, everything would have been fine. But now, things can no longer go back to the old days. Can you give me some more time to think it over? Asked Lin Fan. That's fine, nodded Su Shi. She never expected him to choose so easily. If he did, if he could easily abandon the others, it meant he was no longer the man she knew. One day, he could do the same to her. But be prepared that you might not have much time, said Su Shi. What does that mean? If my guess is correct, the Heavenly Emperor will summon all the heaven chosen in this generation. According to him, he will give everybody a great opportunity. So, be prepared for the summon at any time. Lin Fan frowned after hearing this. What does Wang W? I mean, the Heavenly Emperor want? I don't know exactly, but it should not be anything bad. I see. But what can I do in my current state? Don't worry about this. I have prepared a string of primordial qi to temper your body and give you a powerful physique. Along with my grand Tao source baptism, your talent will be even better than before, Su Shi said with her angelic smile, making Lin Fan temporarily lose his mind. He soon woke up and calmly nodded. In that case, I can reach the quasi-emperor realm in a short period. Maybe I can compete for the next generation's throne. Su Shi looked at him and secretly nodded. It seems that death has sublimated his Tao heart. She was satisfied with his changes, so she decided not to tell him about Wang Tian's existence and not to have any hope for the next generation. It's good for him to be motivated, thought Su Shi. Go, everybody is already waiting for you. Lin Fan stood up and took one last glance at her before walking out of the room. As expected, many people were already waiting. Someone directly rushed into his arms, and the force pushed Lin Fan to the ground. Oh, husband, I'm sorry. She forgot the warning that her husband had lost all his cultivation and was now immortal. Chunhua? Asked Lin Fan doubtfully. The woman he remembered was not this beautiful and otherworldly. Husband, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Said Mu Chunhua with a gentle smile. Over the years, with the help of the Academy and Sister Su, her cultivation had reached the supreme realm, making her even more beautiful. She was once the saintess of the Heaven Water sect, and her greatest goal or ambition in all her life was to reach the primordial spirit realm and become an ancestor-like character of her sect. Now, she laughed at her ignorant self when reminiscing about the past. As such, Mu Chuanhuan believed her greatest decision was marrying Lin Fan even though a few elders disagreed. Lin Fan smiled wryly, but only a few people could detect this change. He patted her head and softly said, "Help me get up." "Oh, right." Mu Chunhua realized her mistake and helped him from the floor. Following this, the other wives and concubines finally had the opportunity to reunite with their husbands. As Lin Fan looked at these people, the first thought in his head was that everyone had now become more beautiful. Such a change made sense since high cultivation had such an effect. However, something else dawned on him. Shire looked the same since I last saw her. It's not because she did not change but because she restrained her aura and spirit, returning to the time before I left to facilitate my return. Lin Fan secretly sighed. Of all his wives and concubines, she should be the one who changed the most. Yet, she was willing to restrain her aura just for his sake. No man could resist having such a caring wife, but as he looked at the others, he was still tangled. Do I have to abandon all of them? After experiencing such a death, Lin Fan was not too keen on having as many women as possible. In some ways, Suya left a psychological scar on his mind. However, he also felt it would be irresponsible to give up all these women who have followed him for so long. "Feiner, how have you been?" "Father," said Lin Fan, looking at Lin Min with a smile. "Your cultivation level?" He discovered his father seemed more unfathomable than everyone in the room including his teacher, Qiu Jin. "It's all Shir's doing, she gave your sister and me a grand Dao source seed." "I see," nodded Lin Fan. He realized the academy did not treat his family badly despite what had happened to him. His act of passing his power and talent to Su Shi was also a self-preserving method for his family. After all, he would be gone, so the academy might not treat his clan as well as they used to and maybe even treat them terribly. Lin Fan knew better than anyone else how powerful factions treat people they considered worthless. "Well, let's not talk about such a thing. How have you been? What about you, teacher Qiu Jin? You look better than ever." "I came to check on you," said Qiu Jin. "After you finish reuniting with your family, we can talk." "Okay," nodded Lin Fan. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 984 The Worlds Today. Lin Fan had a happy dinner with his family. However, he felt tired during the entire ordeal instead of being happy. In the end, some of his wives noticed something was wrong after he refused to spend the night with them. Although Lin Fan used the excuse that he had just revived and his body was extremely weak, a small number of them noticed something was wrong. However, his excuse was indeed justified. With his current fleshly body, something might happen if he were to lay with so many women. Lin Min led his son to another room to rest. "Son, what are you going to do?" "You know? I don't know the exact details, but I know the situation should change after Shire proves the Dao." Lin Fan sighed before explaining the conversation he had with her. "Father, what do you think I should do?" "I understand the point of her view. As an eternal emperor, she cannot be humiliated, and in the worst-case scenario, she could secretly eliminate all the others. Simultaneously, I also understand why you don't want to abandon the people who have accompanied you since you were weak," said Lin Min. "I think you're overestimating things. Shire would never do something like that. You're the one underestimating her. She's an eternal emperor. She does not need to take action herself to deal with them. The destiny or karmic connection of being the hated concubine of an eternal emperor is enough to ruin their luck and result in their death." Lin Fan frowned as he did not think things were so severe. Are great emperors so powerful? Lin Min sighed. The difference between the mortal and immortal stage of cultivation is more grand than you could imagine, especially for the emperor path. Every great emperor is blessed by grand Dao itself, making their existence completely different from other immortals, let alone mortals. "It seems I have to make up for my lack of knowledge," muttered Lin Fan, discovering another downside to his early death. "Father, you haven't told me what I should do." In this situation, the best advice I can give you is to follow your heart. Follow my heart? That's harder than it sounds. Matters of the heart are always as such, replied Lin Min. Take some time to rest and make your decision. Now that you're back, I can revive your mother. Mom? His mother died very young, so he only remembered her after his cultivation reached a certain level, and he had absolute control of his memories. From his memory, she was a kind and nourishing woman, always with a bright smile on her face that could reassure people. Yes, you should see her again. After so many years, his father should pursue his own happiness. Lin Min soon left the room, but Lin Fan did not rest as he still had to see his teacher. How are you feeling? Asked Qiu Jin. A little bit tired and overwhelmed. That's understandable. Do you want me to come back tomorrow? No, it's fine. Lin Fan set up the table and served tea. Your situation should not be too good. I guess I should not be surprised that the academy knows my situation, said Lin Fan with a wry smile. Basically. Do they have an official stand on the issue? Yes, but don't worry about them. The final decision is ultimately yours, said Qiu Jin, and Lin Fan gave him a look. He was not stupid and guessed the academy wanted him to choose Su Shi. After all, the benefits of this choice were the best for them. Teacher, I'm glad you're on my side. I have watched you grow up. Although I never said it, I always treated you as my son. So, don't worry about the academy and focus on yourself. Choose the path you feel will leave you with the least regret. The path of least regret, muttered Lin Fan, looking at the tea set before him. A few seconds later, he sighed and said, this is indeed the best way. You still have some time before making a decision. Before that, you can focus on your strengths and future, continued Qiu Jin. The next generation's battle? No, the one after that. What do you mean? Most of the factions of the world have unofficially designated the next battle to the Dao opening sect. Them? Why? Wang W. I mean, the Heavenly Emperor should ascend by then. Lin Fan paused as he remembered something. Wang Tian? Yes, it should belong to him. Why? From what I remember, although he was talented, it was not to the level that everyone needs to make way for him. Qiu Jin gave him an odd look. Didn't the headmaster mention the ultimate swordsmanship battle? She did, but only briefly. In that fight, Wang Tian displayed strength and potential, not weaker than the best of this generation, and that's before he had such a powerful son to help him train. Of course, this is not the real reason these factions have given up on the next generation's battle. Do they fear the Heavenly Emperor will kill the next emperor if it's not his father? Asked Lin Fan. Exactly. Even if he ascends, leaving some methods to eliminate the next emperor should be no problem. As such, most factions have given up on the next battle, some even have given up on the one after that to consider his mother and the Yu clan. Lin Fan groaned, the world has become 100 times more complicated since I died. Yes, and it will continue to become more complex, warned Qiu Jin. So, you must change and adapt as soon as possible. Lin Fan sipped his tea before exhaling. What's the plan? The dream world is a prelude to a heaven-chosen battle with members from across the entire lower dimension. The main plan is for you to participate in this battle and get a top 10 position, even the first. With so much destiny and luck, you can seal yourself and wake up in the 4th generation. Lin Fan nodded. With his wife, he won't have to worry about karma. As for the seal, since he does not have to wash away his karma, the process was similar to taking a long nap. 1 minute, he closed his eyes, and the next, a few million years passed, and it was already time for him to compete in the Heaven-Will battle. Right now, you need to prepare for the meeting with the Heavenly Emperor, continued Qian Jin. According to our analysis, there is a high probability that the chance he will grant is to give the Heaven-Chosen of our world an advantage in the upcoming Endless Void Heaven-Chosen battle. He's so generous. Yes, especially since the growth of the world benefits him. I see. Qiu Jin patted him on the shoulder. Leave matters of the heart behind for now. Focus on cultivating and regaining your strength. I will. Lin Fan felt such a decision should not be rushed. I recommend you see the world, it might help settle your state of mind, said Qiu Jin before leaving. The next day, Lin Fan reunited with the upper echelons of the academy to show his return. Afterward, he followed his teacher's advice and began a tour of the myriad emperor world. The academy provided Lin Fan with protection even though they knew no one could do anything to him with the headmaster present. However, the protection did not show up after the academy considered Qiu Jin's advice. As soon as he exited the academy, he took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as ever. He finally noticed the exaggerated change in the environment. Is this innate qi? Although Lin Fan lost his cultivation, his soul was still sublimated after death, allowing him to sense the energy in the environment. I cannot imagine the geniuses that will be born in such an environment. The battle for the throne will be even more intense from now on. Lin Fan began his walk in the world, viewing things from the point of view of a mortal. He had heard about the rise of mortal civilization, but it was a completely different experience after seeing it with his own eyes. Lin Fan was in awe as he visited countless domains from one continent to another using only mortal technology. He never expected mortals to have such potential. I have to admit his abilities are unlike anything the world has seen, thought Lin Fan with a sigh as she ate noodles in a restaurant on the southern continent. He looked at the view outside. The essence of this era will be innovation, analyzed Lin Fan. Every heavenly emperor will try to change the world and leave an impact in history. He could foresee how much the world will fluctuate or change in the future. Each generation of the myriad emperor world might be different than the last. Some people might go too far in their attempt to change the world. However, he should have prepared for such a future. Lin Fan finished his noodles and continued his journey. With each place he sees, his mind becomes calm as he adapts to the world. Finally, after visiting most of the world, Lin Fan's state of mind sublimated as he became in tune with nature, reaching a state of unity between man and nature. Afterward, he did not hesitate to enter the dream world. Besides the heavenly court, it's one of the few places he wanted to visit the most. He wanted to experience a few things for himself before he could truly understand and process them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 985 Plan B. Lin Fan walked out of the battle tower, breathing heavily with an extremely pale complexion. He knew he had pushed himself too far but did not care. He looked back at the tower with awe, fear, and great desire. It's one thing to hear about it and another to experience it, he thought. He had just watched the final battle between Wang Wei and Di Tian, using the setting mode that contained their auras and Dao rhyme. As a mortal, he almost collapsed in the process. If not for the protective mechanism of the dream world and his willpower, he would have never watched the entire battle from beginning to end. He used a breathing method to calm down his heart and spirit. It was truly the best and worst era for all geniuses, he muttered with a deep sigh. He wished nothing to participate in the final battle. Even if he knew he would lose, such an experience is not something to be missed. Now that I know what my peers are capable of, I have something to pursue. Even if I cannot reach their level, I will never lose if I make them my target. He summoned his dream imprint. His next target was the home setting. A few hours later, he walked out of a battlefield full of blood, limbs, and other bodily fluids. This place is an excellent way to temper the Dao heart. His next destination was to see Shiner. His teacher told him the latter might solve his current marital problems. So, Lin Fan spends another hour talking to this Dao heart spirit. Yes, she can definitely help us, muttered Lin Fan as he left her room. As long as Shire and I spend a few more sessions with Xian, our problems should be dealt with. Lin Fan walked away with a little bit more joy in his steps. Before returning to the academy, he first tried the other settings and went directly to see Su Shi. How was the experience? Asked Su Shi, glancing at Lin Fan before her. Overwhelming at first. But now, I can say I've adapted. That's good. The world is changing every day and probably will continue to do so. People who cannot adapt to these changes will be left behind by the time. I had the same feeling, nodded Lin Fan. By the way, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do we know why these two were so powerful? Yes, nodded Su Shi. Many people were curious about this fact, including herself. However, her main objective in searching for the truth was to increase her strength. After discovering the truth, Su Shi has been considering re-establishing her foundation. Unfortunately, it's more complicated for great emperors let alone eternals to re-establish their foundation because of the death tribulation. If she fails the tribulation, she will experience true death, so she has been weighing the pros and cons. Su Shi told Lin Fan about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation. So, that's how it is, muttered Lin Fan before his eyes sparkled. Do you think I could use any of these methods? Su Shi pondered briefly. You've had your existence erased, so after you refine the primordial qi and increase your talent, there is a high probability of walking the unorthodox way. However, if you want to succeed in the final fusion of 9 its remedy, you must work on one of your major weaknesses, Dao heart. As long as I have hope, it's worth trying no matter how difficult it will be. It's a good mindset to have, nodded Su Shi. Rest for a few days, and then, we can begin. Lin Fan was excited. Although he wished to start immediately, he knew he was not in the best shape for cultivation. So, starting a few days later was the optimal choice. He then looked at her, his face a little more reserved. What about us? Have you made a decision? No, but I was thinking that Xian should be able to help our situation. Su Shi nodded. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have. She has a special, couple session, to help Dao companions with issues. It would greatly help our situation. Good. His greatest worry is she would not be willing to work on their issues. Now that she agreed, he felt relieved. Lin Fan chatted with her for a few minutes before leaving. He had a long journey ahead of him and needed to prepare. Dream World. Wang Wei walked out of the battle tower, feeling refreshed for a long while. After this long battle, he finally knew the limits of his fleshly body and could use it to a 1000%. He discovered it from the dream world and opened his eyes in the court. He immediately frowned as he checked things. It's been a year, and there has been no response from Emperor Kong? Did something happen, or is he just busy? Wang Wei's finger tapped on his throne as he pondered. I've given him another 4 years before I use Plan B. Plan B was risky since it was based on his deduction and analysis and had no tangible basis. Things could escalate out of control if he is not prepared. Wang Wei closed his eyes, and a mysterious aura enveloped his body. More than half an hour later, he exhaled out loud as he returned to normal. True heavenly Dao was more accommodating than I anticipated. With the latter's help, he could traffic these people to the upper dimension without worrying about supreme unity secretly influencing the lower dimension. He smiled as he looked in the distance. Profiteering during war is truly the best way to make money, he thought. However, I should be careful. Wang Wei decided to reinforce the seal in the nether hell after sending these people to the upper dimension to prevent any variable from supreme unity. Furthermore, if his fate shadow guy can identify the spies, this might be an opportunity to deal them a significant blow. Is Tong Ruobing about to make her move? Muttered Wang Wei as he saw the future of the world. It's a shame I cannot sell her. After shaking his head, he headed to a particular room in his cultivation place. After the battle with Jianghu, Wang Wei had an idea for a fleshly body cultivation room. In the early stages, he could use gravity to temper his body. However, at some point, no amount of gravity had any effect on him, even if they were quintillion times that of the average gravity on Earth. Only gravity that reaches a conceptual level can have an effect, and such a thing was not easy to establish with his current professional Grand Dao source. Luckily, the immortal sovereign showed him another way: energy dominance. As Wang Wei walked into the room, his body felt a heavy pressure. So, it did work, he thought. This room was full of energy as he had one of his clones open a large tear to the source chi space. The energy intensity of the room was so high that even his current body was affected. Extreme training in such a room should increase my strength by a few infant fiend god force. And if I take Shen Chaos Dragon Binding Grass that I raise to Emperor tier, the effect should be better. Wang Wei did not hesitate. He first left all his power using the Golden Fur Monkey technique from his Myriad Spirit Manifestation. The Golden Fur Monkey was an innate demon with the ability to turn the furs on his body into powerful clones, just like Sun Wukong in Wang Wei's previous life. So, he created this technique based on that creature and the previous rat zodiac. With the new clone, Wang Wei had no problem weakening himself for training, so he ingested the poison. As he felt his body drastically weakened, the effect of the qi in the surroundings increased. Wang Wei immediately began to do basic things like push-up, but he did not stop after doing more than 1 trillion of them. The process was not as easy as it sounded. His weakened body was like a malnourished individual exercising under the pressure of 10 times gravity. However, Wang Wei did not stop as he continued doing push-up without his shirt on. It had been a long time since he could increase his strength by doing simple and mundane training methods, so he enjoyed himself. This dragon binding grass is truly a marvelous spiritual herb for body refiners, thought Wang Wei. After being nourished by the Grand Dao source, the herb mutated and became the nemesis of the very concept of essence in the 3 flowers. In other words, anyone with sufficient body strength will be affected if they have not opened the gate of power. However, the wonder of this grass was not as simple as it seems. The Emperor tier dragon binding grass was in perfect harmony with yin and yang. As such, it will drastically weaken body refiners, but it's also the perfect material to help them temper their bodies as they train and build immunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 986 New Empress. A month later, Wang Wei, who has not stopped doing push-ups, finally stopped as he noticed something. His eyes penetrated the endless distance as he gazed above the great talisman city. Visions of different kinds appeared above the sky, alerting everyone worldwide. The process only lasted half an hour before ending. Immediately afterward, the great talisman city contacted the heavenly court. They asked Wang Wei to use the dream world for a worldwide announcement or event. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he remembered certain technology events that announced new creations, the most famous of which was the birth of the first smartphone. He did not hesitate to grant them permission. As such, the next day, every Dream World member mortal and cultivators had the choice to participate in this new announcement. Once the time arrived, Tong Ruobing showed up to show her latest development, talisman weapons. Tong Ruobing had created a new path for talisman Dao, creating weapons made entirely from talismans or runes. Under her presentation, people finally understood what talisman weapons were. There were 2 types of this weapon. The first one was the weapons made of paper talismans that were perfectly combined together. This weapon was interesting because it was less expensive than regular weapons. The market was more toward loose cultivators in small numbers and toward large sects for mass buying. These weapons were more powerful than regular or less powerful talismans but less potent than normal origin weapons. According to Tong Ruobing, these weapons are best used for large-scale war to replace low-tier talismans that have devastating effects when there were many. In her announcement, Tong Ruobing showed the world a comparison. One image showed a small army detonating millions of fire talismans, while the other showed the same army doing the same thing with 1,000,000 paper talisman weapons. The destructive nature of these weapons was exponentially higher than the talismans, while the cost was only slightly higher. Tong Ruobing also showed the crowd the destruction of using low-tier origin weapons and its costs. As expected, the destruction was only slightly higher while the price was astronomically higher. Afterward, Tong Ruobing displayed the second type of talisman weapon, the one made entirely of runes. This type of weapon outclassed origin weapon in all categories, from the profound tier to the quasi-emperor tier. The reason is runes are the languages of heaven and earth, and when weapons are made entirely of them, they will be boosted by the power of heaven and earth, similar to how Primarchs are. However, the talisman weapon has a significant disadvantage in balancing out its power. It cannot last. Even a quasi-emperor tier talisman weapon will disappear and return to heaven and earth after 100,000 years. Tong Ruobing did not hide such information and revealed everything. However, despite this weakness, countless people could not wait to get their hands on this new weapon. After all, cultivators naturally craved strength and power. After this event, the great talisman cities Qi luck and destiny rose like a comet. Countless people rushed to their territory to buy a talisman weapon. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing directly came to see Wang Wei. "Why didn't you tell them the truth?" asked Wang Wei as he saw her in the garden. "Don't tell me you're not interested in the weapon business," she asked back with a smile, and Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "The truth of the matter is rune talisman weapons can be fused to origin weapons, increasing the overall power of both. Such a fusion can even prolong the duration of these talisman weapons by at least 10%. However, Tong Ruobing kept her mouth quiet because the rise of talisman weapon would deal a significant blow to the origin weapon business and the origin weapon mountain's destiny. Then, she can take this opportunity for her factions to get more control over the weapon industry worldwide and prepare until the news is revealed." Of course, Wang Wei, who knew this truth, had the same plan, so he would not say anything. "What brings you here? You should be preparing for your coronation." "I've brought news to you," said Tong Ruobing with a serious look. "News about the heavenly court was leaked." "It's much later than I anticipated," replied Wang Wei. He knew the Star Beast world was too connected to the commerce hub, so the information was impossible to hide for long. "Has anyone else already become Heavenly Emperor?" "As far as I know, the answer is no," replied Tong Ruobing. "Right now, the upper echelons of the commerce hub have kept the news secrets while trying to get more information from our side. Many people have visited or secretly infiltrated the Star Beast world in the past few years." Tong Ruobing secretly sighed. Mu Lei was in retreat, so she had to deal with everything in his absence. Unfortunately, without the realm of a great emperor, she did not have the prestige or strength to deal with everything effortlessly. "Is that why you seem to be in a hurry?" "Yes, only by proving the Tao as soon as possible can I deal with the current situation," nodded Tong Ruobing. Wang Wei was in deep thought. He did not care whether the news was revealed, but some people did not want to sit in the position without any issue. "It seems I need to secretly help the people from the battle spirit world to ensure the Spirit Genesis sect does not have full control of the court," thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. "Then, there are also the communities with the upper dimension spies. If they have complete control of a court, dealing with them will be even more of a headache, so I need to support insurgents in their world to reduce their power." Wang Wei suddenly felt this recent development could keep him busy for a while. The myriad emperor world was still in a state of semi-isolation, but the endless void was undergoing a rapid change. Many of his plans would encounter severe resistance if he were not careful. The Fate Shadow Guard needs to accelerate the development of the spy network across the lower dimension. Secondly, I also need to send an ambassador to other heaven-will worlds to form like-minded allies and friends. The first thought that came to Wang Wei's mind was his mother. After proving the Tao, she would be the best ambassador. However, he swiftly stopped this idea as it could have negative effects on her. After all, it's not simple to deceive true heavenly Tao. Wait, wasn't this the reason I created the Department of Foreign Affairs post? He immediately sent a message to the steward to enact his plans. He also gave the latter a list of people who could easily become their allies, including Ji Lanfang, the Devil Wrath, and the people from the Demon Supremacy world. Is there anything else? About my ceremony, she asked. Don't worry, I won't stop you. No, I know you don't care, but I don't know if the others will feel the same way. Tong Rubing's worry is the other Eternal will intervene and prevent her from proving the Tao. After all, one more powerful Eternals means one less share of the cake. Mu Lei was in retreat and did not dare prove the Tao anywhere else other than the Myriad Emperor world. So, she could only rely on Wang Wei for her safety. Don't worry. As long as I don't move, they don't dare to. That's good, said Tong Ruobing before rushing home after chatting for a few more minutes. Now that she had enough merit, she did not want to waste any more time. She prepared everything for the ceremony, and a few days later, the sky above the Myriad Emperor world changed. The eye of heavenly Tao showed up above the sky, directly looking at Tong Ruobing. The eyes seemed to be judging her for something. Afterward, a heaven will drop to her hands. Finally, she closed her eyes after absorbing it. Visions appeared around her, and a while later, a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Today, I, the Origin Talisman Empress, have proven the Tao, achieving immortality and eternity. I will preach to all sentient beings to repay my karma. A multicolored dragon manifested before swimming everywhere between heaven and earth, nourishing the world. Its final destination was the Great Talisman City, signifying they had their first eternal emperor and their seventh great emperor. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei watched everything with a calm expression. Once Tong Ruobing finished, he observed heaven's and earth's secrets. The balance mechanism has shifted from focusing solely on the Tao opening sect to the entire Myriad Emperor world. His eyes could see the secret changes of the entire lower dimension. Countless fortunate encounters to create more immortal sovereigns appeared in countless world communities. Additionally, more resources to temper the body appeared, trying to create more body refiners in the infant fiend god realm capable of battling great emperors and eventually eternals. Wang Wei even detected that the merit-proving method also appeared in many worlds, and some destiny people with great merit will acquire them. So, other heaven-will worlds will also have more than one great emperor? More than one eternal emperor? He smiled as this indicated that his influence on the world had drastically increased and his heavenly emperor era would be more prosperous than he anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 987 Communication. Wang Wei looked at the auspicious signs around the world. He noticed that people who use alternative methods of proving the Tao do not have large visions that cover an entire world community. However, such a minor fact did not change much. On the contrary, he was glad it was as such. Otherwise, some people might have already detected all the visions originating from the Myriad Emperor world. The world was still in a state of recovery, so Wang Wei wanted it to remain anonymous for a while. Tong Rubing's sermon was about to begin, so he did the same thing he did for Su Shi. He disconnected everybody from the dream world and left a clone to listen to the sermon. He also used his power to allow people like Origin 1 and Wang Ju to listen to the sermon while they were far away. Meanwhile, his actual body continued training in the Qi room. The sermon lasted 3 years before Tong Ruobing stopped. Afterward, she headed to the Great Talisman City to leave a clone while she returned to the Star Beast world. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei's clone opened his eyes and exhaled. I've finally completed the new version of the Origin cultivation system. After listening to all these sermons and along with a few other ideas from people in this generation, he finally finished updating the cultivation system. Should I reveal it now or wait until the next court meeting? Pondered Wang Wei for a moment before shaking his head. Let's deal with the current issue at hand. He directed his gaze toward the Emperor Enlightening Academy, but as expected, there was still no response from Emperor Kong or anyone from the upper dimension. There is still 1 year left, so let's wait. Wang Wei continued his retreat, and 1 year passed. He woke up again and contained Su Shi. Sadly, the result was the same, so he could proceed with his plan B. Without wasting time, he summoned Jianghu Hua, the former heaven chosen of the Golden Crow clan. Wang Wei waited for the throne, feeling the result of his training. In just 5 years, his strength increased by 1 fiend god infant force, reaching a grand total of 75. He nodded in satisfaction with such progress despite knowing it wouldn't remain as fast as he became more powerful. A few minutes later, Jianghu Hua appeared in the throne room, followed by an insurgent from the Golden Crow clan. I only need to talk to her, so you're dismissed. The insurgent bowed before disappearing. It seems she has somewhat repaired her relationship with her clan, thought Wang Wei. Before the final battle, Jianghu Hua had trouble in her clan because of her father's emperor bone. However, it makes sense since the world is about to enter an era where geniuses are even more valuable than they used to be, analyzed Wang Wei before concentrating on Jianghu Hua. If he could describe her current appearance, he would use the words, distress, worry, and thinning. I have seen your majesty the heavenly emperor, saluted Jianghu Hua, her melodious voice slightly hoarse. Be at ease, said Wang Wei as he released his soul to soothe her mind and reduce the fatigue visible in her eyes. Thank you, your majesty. Have you contacted your father? She paused before shaking her head. No matter what I try, he won't respond. In that case, let me help you, continued Wang Wei. Give me a drop of your blood. She did not hesitate as a drop of blood forced out from the tip of her finger and rushed to Wang Wei. As he held the blood before his palm, a karmic thread connected to it rushed into the sky. His mind followed the thread, and he soon discovered a blockade. However, an unknown force allowed him access, so he reached his destination. An image soon appeared in the room. Wang Wei and Jianghu Hua saw a large golden crow lying on the ground while in terrible shape. Its feather had lost its gilded luster, and the left wing had turned into bones while a black substance corroded the right wind. The crow was missing 2 of his 2 legs, and he had a bright red flame fighting another black flame around his body. Father! Jianghu Hua's voice echoed through the karmic thread in that dark chamber, but the crow did not move or even react. Father! Father! Can you hear me? Calm down, said Wang Wei with a frown, and Jianghu Hua finally regained her bearings. Wang Wei pointed at the karmic thread, sending his power of life and death through it. A few seconds later, the crow's body trembled before slowly opening his eyes. The creature looked around in confusion while wincing in pain. However, he seemed groggy as he could still not respond to this environment. A curse? And a terrifying one at that, thought Wang Wei before sending another string of his power through the karmic thread, this time sending a powerful seal based on his wife's technique. 9 magical circles appeared around the crow's body before surrounding the black flame and substance on his body. The curse tried to resist, but the attempt was only momentarily before they became rune tattoos on the crow. Immediately afterward, clarity appeared in the creature's eyes. Then, the Golden Crow Emperor finally saw the screen before him showing Wang Wei and his daughter. Hua? Father, can you finally hear me? How can you be here? Have you ascended? You should not be here, the crow said, still confused. However, he was still a great emperor, so it did not take him long to figure out the situation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me, said the Golden Crow Emperor with a hint of reservation in his tone. He knew what kind of strength was needed to save him from that curse. More importantly, he could tell this person could manage to communicate with him from the lower dimension despite the recent blockade. Such a person is scary and should not easily get involved with, analyzed the Golden Crow Emperor. How did you get in such a dire situation? Asked Wang Wei, not minding the latter's caution. The Golden Crow Emperor hesitated for a while before explaining, internal strife amongst the demon race. Internal strife? Yes, the rise of the Blood Dragon and the Five-Feather Phoenix should have shifted the political situation of the demon race. So, it would make sense that there was internal trouble. You know? It's not hard to deduce. The Golden Crow Emperor smiled wryly. All the upper echelons of many demon races disappeared, leaving a power vacuum. After my ascension, I realized I was one of the few emperors of the Golden Crow clan, forcing me to take a leadership position. However, the subsequent fighting reduced me to this current state. Wang Wei frowned. According to his previous deductions, Jianghu Hua's father did not respond to her because he was seriously injured or isolated from somewhere else. However, his analysis was that the latter suffered because of his involvement in the revolution movement. It seems I was wrong, thought Wang Wei before looking at the excited Jianghu Hua, who seemed to have a million words to say to her father. He pondered for a moment before deciding to take a calculated risk. I won't take too much of your time. I wonder if you have any connections with the revolution? These people? Asked the Golden Crow Emperor. The revolution was considered a useless and pointless cause for many years until recently. For some reason, the Seven Moons are busy and barely manage the world, allowing these people to cause chaos worldwide. The oddest thing is none of the two sons, the real supreme leaders, did anything to prevent their actions. Yes, them, nodded Wang Wei. I need to contact them, preferably someone with some power. If fellow Daoists have a way, please inform me. The Golden Crow Emperor did not immediately have an answer as he pondered. Although severely injured, he would gain consciousness occasionally, and the clan would report the latest news to him. According to their analysis, a great change was about to occur in the world, and the source might be from the revolution. Some elders even predicted the end of the current Seven Moon and Two Suns era. Because of their current weakness, the Golden Crow clan did not want to get involved in the chaos, but they might not have a choice. Such a momentous change in the world cannot be easily avoided. However, the clan must also be cautious about who to get involved with, and this person might be a safe bet. The Golden Crow Emperor felt that since this person was still in the lower dimension, his involvement with the revolution would be limited, and such involvement was perfect for the clan to test the water before committing 100% to the cause. If something happens before then, they still have some level of plausible deniability that can save their races after sacrificing a few people. The sacrifice will most likely be me, but that's fine, he thought. When this person contacted him through his daughter, his fate was already intertwined with the revolution. Furthermore, he did not want to risk the possibility of the latter using his daughter as a hostage. I can find a way to contact them for you, said the Golden Crow Emperor. Excellent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 988 Leader, I will give you some time to talk. Please don't take long, said Wang Wei before disappearing. The Golden Crow Emperor knew the world's current situation, so he understood the latter's caution. Father, how are you? Now, I'm fine. With that fellow Daoist seal, I should be able to return to my peak, he replied with a smile. Don't worry about me. What about you? How are you doing? I'm sorry, Father, I've failed again, she replied, looking at her shoes. It's okay, honey. As long as you don't give up, you will eventually succeed. The Golden Crow Emperor was not worried about his daughter's ability to prove the Tao. The Emperor bone he left her is not something anyone can refine, and he only succeeded due to a fortune encounter he has. After absorbing her, her strength would definitely break the barrier between mortals and immortals. With such strength, why would she worry about proving the Tao? The fact that she lost this time proved she was unlucky and met some crazy genius. Really? You're not mad or disappointed? Why would I be, replied the golden creature. He knew his daughter and guessed she probably did not perform at her best because of her worries about him. The girl's talent should have drastically improved, but her state of mind still has plenty of room for improvement, analyzed the Golden Emperor. Plus, it's not necessarily good for you to ascend. What do you mean? All you need to know is the upper dimension is experiencing turbulence, and with my current strength, I don't even know whether I can protect myself. Let alone you. Father, is something going to happen to you? Can you run away? They were just reunited, so Jianghu Hua did not want anything to happen to her family. Unfortunately, no one can run away from this chaos, replied the Golden Crow Emperor with a sigh. But don't worry, I still have my method. He knew the only way for him and his clan to survive the upcoming storm was for the clan's paragons to return from limbo. Otherwise, with their current strength, they will soon be turned into cannon fodder for the upcoming chaos. That's good, nodded Jianghu Hua, not doubting her father in the slightest. The two chatted for a while before Wang Wei returned, announcing it was time. Honey, don't worry about failure. Find a way to temper your Tao heart and state of mind, seal yourself, and try again, advised the Golden Crow Emperor, and his daughter nodded her head obediently. Your Excellency, how do I contact you once I find them? Give them a drop of your blood and activate the bloodline resonance with your daughter. I will then open the communication link. After hearing this, the Golden Crow Emperor frowned. He had just been cursed, so he was not pleased with letting strangers access his blood. I know what you're thinking, but this is the only way I can initiate communication, said Wang Wei, showing he had no choice. He used Jianghu Hua's bloodline because it was connected to his father and because these two had a profound and unbreakable bond. If their relationship were not so solid, his technique would not have worked so easily because of the vast difference between the upper and lower dimensions. Of course, the main reason for his success is his talk or deal with true heavenly Tao. Very well, said the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that he was already in so deep, there was no point in hesitating. After the communication ended, the Golden Crow contemplated whether to discuss this meeting and his future involvement with the revolution, with the entire clan. However, he remembered his analysis that there might be traitors in the clan, spies who had become the dogs of the Blood Dragon. Let's keep things a secret for now. The Golden Crow Emperor then contacted his most trusted follower to get some information before contacting someone from the revolution. Earth Emperor's territory, Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Prime Minister, when is your Majesty returning? Asked a bunch of civil servants, forcing all eyes on the middle-aged man at the center dressed in a black and white robe and a pointy beard that was more than 10 centimeters and gave the feeling it would be enjoyable to play with. The man had a scholarly feeling, yet simultaneously, he gave the vibe that he was extremely lazy. Prime Minister Pel Lang held a fan in his hand, slowly airing his face. After hearing the question, he took over 5 seconds to respond, and his speech pattern was slow and monotonous. The invasions from outside are still ongoing, so His Majesty will not return anytime soon. All you must do is continue working to ensure nothing goes wrong in the dynasty. But the situation has aggravated recently. Our territory has been attacked more than 5 times in the past 100 years. Yes, these rebels are becoming more and more rampant. The general sentiment was the same as all the ministers reported the recent chaos. As smart as they were, they understood the signs of chaos when a dynasty's luck had run out. The last thing these people wanted was for something to happen to the Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Although they could not reach a higher realm of cultivation, they have been enjoying wealth, resources, fame, and women for too long, so they could not allow anything to happen to their power. Prime Minister Pei Lang did not immediately give a suggestion, but he looked at the Crown Prince, Your Majesty, what do you think? You can do whatever you think is best, Prime Minister, replied Crown Prince Shunyuan, not caring in the slightest. Pei Lang gave him a look before continuing, deploy our best divine legions to our core territories to prevent chaos. The yellow embroidered guard should do their job and find traces of all the rebels, said the Prime Minister, looking at the commander of the yellow embroidered guard. As the Earth Emperor's shadow, these guys have become useless recently. Our main objective is to calm down the situation until the Emperor can free himself from the constant invasion in primordial chaos. Once he returns, all our troubles will be dealt with. It would be best if we had an idea of how long it will take before the Emperor returns, commented a minister, making people secretly give the Prime Minister a look. If anyone knew such a thing, it would be him. Unfortunately, the only response they received was the Prime Minister breaking etiquette by shrugging his shoulders. However, who dares admonish him for his actions? As a peak Empyrean and the man the Emperor trusted the most, he had more power than even the Crown Prince. That's it for? Pei Lang paused as he looked in the distance. Then, he continued without any explanation, now. Let's end today's meeting. If something new occurs, we will meet again. Everyone looked at each other before secretly shaking their heads. They waited until the Crown Prince left the courtroom before everybody exited. Pei Lang did the same, slowly walking home. His pace was slow but steady, showing no signs he was in a hurry. Close to an hour later, he finally reached home and went through the normal procedure of returning after the court. He met his wife and 2 children and ate together. After checking their cultivation progress, Pei Lang headed to his cultivation room. As soon as he sat on the cushion at the center, numerous invisible formations activated, turning this area into a place that even paragons could not spy on. Pei Lang's demeanor changed, becoming more heroic and full of energy. A screen appeared before him, showing him an elderly leader. Old Ma, did something happen recently to our movement? What do you mean? I sense a great change in our destiny. So, something must have triggered it. Leader, many things have happened recently, so you must be more specific. Pei Lang frowned as he took a moment to calculate the source of the changes he felt. The result was a little blurry, but he did find something. It should be related to the Golden Crow clan, he said. Let me check. A few minutes later, Old Ma's eyes lit up, found it. Someone from the lower dimension wanted to get in contact with us, and they used the Golden Crow clan as a proxy. The lower dimension is closed, so how did they contact us? Asked Pei Lang. That's what got our notice, replied Old Ma. Not everyone can contact the revolution, let alone deal with core members. However, this anomaly is what made them interested in contacting the lower dimension. Let me deal with the situation. Is this a good idea? Asked Old Ma. The situation is tense, and it's not worth the risk of revealing your identity. It's just a shell. If necessary, I can abandon it, replied Pei Lang calmly, not caring in the slightest about all the power and honor that came with his current position. Even so, the world is experiencing a drastic change of era. If we don't take this opportunity to rise, we will be left behind once the new era begins. Pei Lang understood clearly what the current chaos represented. The fall of the 8 moons. However, this was just the prelude, as the real era will involve the return of these mythical characters from the Golden Age and the battle between the 2 suns. As for their revolution, they are nothing but pawns in this larger game. They can become chess players or important pieces in the next era if they play their cards correctly. If not, they will be swept by the tide of the time. Since you insist, I will send you the contact method, Old Ma said with a deep sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989 Strange Deal. Wang Wei looked at the man opposite him. He was burly, displaying his overground muscles. At first, the man's eyes indicated he was the king of people who only used his muscles but not his brain. However, upon closer observation, Wang Wei could tell the cunning, almost devilish light flashed deep in his eyes. "How may I address you?" asked Wang Wei after a few seconds of observation. Pei Lang did not immediately answer as he also observed the person who wanted to contact them. The communication was long distance, separated by dimensions, but his senses could tell how powerful he was. Probably between 60 to 65% Grand Dao source or maybe more, he thought, slightly surprised despite not showing it. It was not easy for people to reach more than the six-fold battle realm, let alone do it in the lower dimension. Most people who can reach more than seven-fold are great emperors who have re-established their Dao foundation to be on par with nine extremity and also have access to countless resources and source techniques. Pei Lang did not expect the person who wanted to contact was an unparalleled genius who broke all common sense of the upper dimension. How talented is this kid? He thought, trying to remain calm. You may address me as Empyrean Jimin. Jimin? The characters for this word can mean many things, like swift, nimble, and clever. Is his Dao related to speed or maybe an assassin or spy? Analyzed Wang Wei. The name is Emperor Wang, from the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei did not dare say his emperor title since his current self cannot bear such a title. In the lower dimension, it's fine if he's arrogant and claims he has dominated fate, but he won't say such a stupid thing in the upper dimension until he's at least a paragon, better yet, until he reaches the peak of that realm. As for his heavenly emperor title, he also did not want to reveal it to this person lest it spread. After all, according to his calculations, the Earth Emperor should be very interested in the heavenly emperor's karmic position. As such, although he wanted to have a good relationship, he had to worry about the possibility that this person was not trustworthy or there might be spies from the 8 parasites amidst the revolutionary. Emperor Wang? You're from the Wang clan? It should be, replied Wang Wei, and Empyrean Jimin became slighter and more serious. The Wang clan is considered one of the most blessed families in the eternal ascension world because of their 2 ancestors, Qiyuan and Heaven Opening. One clan has given birth to 2 primal paragons, beings capable of killing pinnacle boundless paragons, beings who have truly reached the limit of the paragon realm without much or any room for improvement. Fortunately, the Wang clan was divided, otherwise, the title of the most powerful clan would belong to them. With this kid's displayed talent, once he has the opportunity, he should be the third, thought Pei Lang, sighing deeply internally. It's an honor to meet fellow Daoist, said Pei Lang with a smile. I cannot accept such a title, Empyrean Jimin. Moreover, my family's honor and glory have nothing to do with me currently, replied Wang Wei as he shook his head. He knew his limits and when to respect powerhouses. The feeling this person gave him was that he could easily kill him with one finger, and even if he entered the taboo realm, the result might be the same. Has his strength reached 89% Grand Dao source? Analyzed Wang Wei, thinking the latter was a peak Empyrean. No, he might be even more powerful. There should be a second bottleneck between 89 and 90% Grand Dao source, just like the one between 69 and 70% Grand Dao source. And this one should be even more difficult to overcome. However, after taking into consideration the political situation of the upper dimension, Wang Wei realized it was possible for some people's understanding to be higher than their cultivation. Empyreans do not only need to comprehend 90% of their Grand Dao source to enter the Paragon realm, no, that's only the first step. Their soul must reach that level, along with the luck level, Dao heart, immemorial tribulation, and other things. Only with these things could they experience a third Grand Dao source baptism, similar to the ones when they become great emperors, to become paragons. However, without these other things, it's possible for someone to continue to comprehend the Grand Dao source to 91, 92, or even higher percentages. The process will be extremely slow compared to even if they enter the Paragon realm, and they will not be able to control their powers without a Paragon soul, but it's still possible. Many peak Empyreans cannot cast their Paragon soul or survive the tribulation because of fear of being killed. However, despite the extreme difficulty, they can still continue comprehending their Grand Tao source. Wang Wei could picture the upper dimension more clearly. Factions under the parasites do not dare to continue comprehending their Tao out of fear their cultivation level will garner the heir of their leader. Meanwhile, other people do not dare to enter higher realms but continue their comprehension so that once they have an opportunity for a breakthrough, their cultivation will be much higher. Pei Lang was not surprised by this answer. As an emperor bred in the lower dimension, such a mindset of not relying on his family's name and glory was normal. Regardless of how you feel, it is indeed an honor to meet a junior of the Wang clan who lives up to their ancestors' glory. Wang Wei smiled calmly. Empyrean Jimin, let's get directly to business since our communication cannot last long. Yes, let's get to business. You contacted us. I wonder why. I want to make a deal. Oh, I'm listening. Your cause should be in need of talented individuals, correct? Pei Lang gave him an odd look, wondering where he was going with this. That's right. In my generation, many geniuses with eternal-level talents have failed their battle. How about I send them to fight for your cause in exchange for certain rare upper-dimension resources? That's a strange request, to say the least. From my understanding, the upper dimension does not lack heaven's will, and that's exactly what these talents need, explained Wang Wei. Furthermore, many of these talents are descended from powerful factions in the upper dimension. If you use them correctly, your cause could garner the secret funding of these factions. Pei Lang, with his massive arms crossed, did not immediately answer. With a frown, he took a few seconds before asking a few questions. First, why not directly contact the faction behind them? You should understand that they have too many eyes on them. Even more than your revolution. Pei Lang had to agree with this statement. Compared to their cause, these rulers were more scared of these ancient factions, believing they were the biggest threat to their reign. As such, they forced them to seal themselves while closely watching them. If these factions suddenly received eternal emperor-level geniuses and those from the lower dimension, the moons might immediately attack them. Pei Lang gave Wang Wei a look. This person has a deeper understanding of the current situation than I anticipated. Second question. Will these people be willing to fight for us? It's a trade. I will tell them the cause and effect and have them choose. That would be the best. Pei Lang knew the worst-case scenario was to force these geniuses to their cause, so it would be ideal if they chose to participate. Final question, are you sure you can send people and receive items from us? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly, and Pei Lang frowned. Numerous thoughts flashed in his eyes. In this situation, only one of the sons and true heavenly Tao could allow for such an exchange. If it's the latter, then this kid has great connections, and it's also a sign that the divide between the two sons has reached a breaking point. If it's the former, then this kid is the one with the destiny to end this era. Pei Lang's eyes lit up as he finally understood why the destiny of their movement changed so drastically. He controlled his thoughts before continuing, our cause indeed values those geniuses. Pei Lang knew true heavenly Tao had a special inkling for great emperors from the lower dimension, especially eternal emperors. It would bless them and ensure they can reach their peak. According to a statistic he knew of the old era, the percentage of eternal emperors who fail to become everlasting and boundless paragons is much higher from geniuses in the upper dimension than those from below. During the Golden Age, the majority of primal paragons originated from the lower dimension. So, he knew in this upcoming chaos, if true heavenly Tao continued to bless them, it would be possible for these geniuses to follow Emperor Kong's path and become Empyreans and even paragons in the shortest time possible, allowing them to rise in the upcoming era. With their destinies added to our cause, our chances of success will drastically increase, and I can take this opportunity to become a chess player in the next era. After realizing the benefits, Pei Lang immediately agreed to this deal and negotiated the price of these geniuses with Wang Wei. Then, they choose a drop place to deliver these people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990 Sagehood Path. Now that our business is done and still have some time, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Asked Wang Wei. You can ask, but there is no guarantee that I will answer. That's fair. My question is regarding Emperor Kong. No, he should be Emperor Kong now. What's his relationship with your movement? Emperor Kong? From my knowledge, we have tried to contact him, but he has always rejected our offer, replied Pei Lang calmly, and Wang Wei gave him a look. This guy can decide about this trade so easily, so his status and power in the rebellion should be critical. So, he should know the answer to my question. In a moment, he concluded the latter was probably lying. Alright, let me ask the question in another way. Based on the little information I've gathered, I've deduced that Emperor Kong should have a unique status in the world, to the point that none of the 7 moons wish to harm him and even treat him with some respect. Can you tell me why? Oh, that's easy. It's because he is an Emperor with a 2nd-level golden body of merit, replied Pei Lang. Golden body of merit? As the name implied, it's a unique blessing for people who have accomplished great things in the world and acquired a significant amount of merit, explained Pei Lang. The golden body of merit is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the tiers of the immortal stage. A first-step body will be extremely useful for any immortal path, granting them protection and blessing. Of course, that is not its greatest use. Anyone who kills someone with a golden body of merit will be cursed by terrible bad luck. How bad? Let me give you an example. If an emperor has a 3rd-level body of merit, even a paragon will be cursed to death after killing them. So strong? Yes. So, a 2nd level could cause the death of an Emperor? Correct. So, what about Emperor Kong? Asked Wang Wei. The merit body system is also based on a person's cultivation. For example, Kong is an Emperor with a 2nd-level body, so even early and middle-stage paragons must be wary of the backlash for killing him. If he were only a great emperor with a 2nd-level body, he would not be a threat to them? Unless he had a 3rd-level golden merit body. Wang Wei processed the information he received, so, what will happen after he becomes a paragon? By then, even late-stage paragons won't be able to bear the backlash for killing him. So, only peak paragon can kill him? Yes, and even they might suffer if not careful. What if he had a 3rd-stage golden body of merit? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve such a thing? I don't know, but my question still stands. Pei Lang looked directly at his eyes, trying to understand why he wanted to know so much. He wondered whether there was a secret behind this. With a 3rd-level golden body of merit, no one could touch such a supreme sage? Even primal paragons. Primal paragon? You don't need to know about this. Wang Wei nodded and did not ask. After hearing these terms, the book that Wu Hong left for him changed as many of the seals were lifted. The new pages contained more information about primal paragons and the golden body of merit, including the benefits like a blessing in cultivation and excellent effect against dark creatures or cultivators with negative karma. You mentioned the word sage, continued Wang Wei. The path of sagehood is another alternative path of immortality. Individuals can dedicate their lives to improving the world and gathering merit. Once they succeed, they can summon a heaven will to prove the Tao and eventually condense a golden body of merit. This path is arduous as it involves increasing cultivation level and the golden body of merit. An interesting and potent path, commented Wang Wei. It was probably more popular in ancient times when the world was new and more easily influenceable. According to ancient records, that was the case, replied Pei Lang, elevating his evaluation of Wang Wei to a higher level. Is Emperor Kong walking the path of ancient sage? Most likely. How did he condense a second-level golden body of merit? I don't think the concept of academy is enough for that, since the upper dimension should already have it. Although Emperor Kong revived the world with the academy, he was not the only one who created it in the lower dimension. So, this thing should have long existed in the upper dimension. Emperor Kong first became famous after convincing these people to revive the concept of the academy. Revive? Yes, they had previously destroyed it to prevent ordinary people from gaining access to cultivation. But he revived it. How did he do that? What do you think? Asked Pei Lang instead of answering. He convinced them with benefit, allowing them to use the academy for their benefit. Correct. The Earth Emperor was the first to support this decision, since the academy was vital for cultivating talent for the Great Chu divine dynasty. The fact he could convince them was a testament to his ability, praised Wang Wei, convinced by Emperor Kong's diplomatic abilities and iron will and state of mind that he was willing to be in bed with the enemy. Well, no eternal emperor is ever simple, let alone the ones from the myriad emperor world that are blessed by the world, thought Wang Wei. Was the revival of the academy enough for him to condense a second-level merit body? No, but that's where his scheming mind takes place, explained Pei Lang. The revival only allowed him to condense the first grade. However, he became low-key immediately, almost disappearing from the world. When he reappeared, he was one of the youngest everlasting Empyreans in the world and with a second-level golden body of merit. No one actually knows what he did to achieve this, and it has been a great mystery that even these people wish to discover. Hee, a wise move, commented Wang Wei. He now had protection against these people. However, his every move was monitored. That sounds like a bad thing, but if they focused too much on him, it should give room for others to move and do things. Wang Wei gave Emperor Jimin a look, and the little one had to make a great effort to control himself and prevent his micro-expressions from revealing any information. The latter was correct, as their movement benefited immensely from the era when Emperor Kong was in the limelight. Wang Wei saw his reactions and confirmed Emperor Kong was related to their cause. Even if it was indirectly. This kid is definitely a Dao Lord and even a Dao Overlord. Now that I think about it, he did not even reveal his proper name, which could have revealed his Dao. Is that what he was trying to hide? Is there any else you would like to know? Pei Lang suddenly felt it was not the best idea to continue this conversation, otherwise, he might reveal too much information. Although they were now allies, today was their first meeting, so being cautious was a good thing. Yes, I want to know whether Su Juniao is connected to your cause. Pei Lang almost thought they had traitors amidst them. If this person was not in the lower dimension and the current Dao opening sect was not in the situation to intervene in the world, he would have thought his resistance was already infiltrated. How do you even know this name? He asked instead of answering. A while ago, a few geniuses from the upper dimension came here, one of whom was her apprentice. Pei Lang frowned as he remembered this event. The Earth Emperor sent his secret daughter to the lower dimension on a mission. However, the latter never revealed the purpose of the mission. If I remember correctly, his apprentice disappeared around this time. Some events finally made sense to Pei Lang. Why are you asking about her? How did you come to this conclusion? Well, she's the most beautiful woman in the world, what man would not be tempted? Pei Lang did not believe these words. He did not see any desire in this man's eyes, only curiosity, and most of it was properly due to his wish to gather information. As for how I came to this conclusion, it was more of a guess. A guess? Yes. She was such a beautiful woman, and yet, none of the men of these seven forcefully took possession of her. Furthermore, she could protect her apprentice to live for a long time despite his talent, she would never be simple. Many people believe Su Junyao is indeed a vase, but she was indeed not a simple woman. Pei Lang knew Su Junyao, including one of the biggest secrets she hid from the world, including these 8 people. She was an everlasting Empyrean. Sadly, she has nothing to do with our cause. We do not want to be entangled with her. She's too much trouble. Su Junyao was the embodiment that the extreme of something may not be a good thing. Her beauty was the source of too much trouble. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei. Well, thank you for answering my questions. It's fine. This experience was a great way to strengthen our partnership. Indeed. The two briefly chatted before ending the conversation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei no longer contained his excitement. That's it. That's how I can protect myself from him, he thought. If I can condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit, or even create the 4th level, maybe even half-step transcendence will not dare easily kill me. Plus, there is also the possibility that merit could directly lead to half-step transcendence. The idea was not as easy to accomplish as it sounded. By the time he ascends, he has an absolute belief he will condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit. The issue is to go beyond that. The issue's core is whether I can drastically change the upper dimension as I did the lower dimension. However, in such a vast and ancient world, things will not be as easy as they sound. Now that he had a direction, Wang Wei created many possible ways to achieve his goal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991 Fight Eternal Ascension World, Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang was still in his cultivation room, deep in thought after the conversation. The destined one, huh? He thought. It would be a great opportunity to steal his life. Unfortunately, it's too risky. If Emperor Wang were a regular cultivator with strength on the lower end of the Great Emperor realm and had no background, he would have taken the risk. With his strength, as long as his plan was meticulous enough, he had a high chance of succeeding. Sadly, the latter's strength was too close to the Empyrean realm. He knew if he tried something, Emperor Wang's destiny would have activated, allowing him to use the strength of the Empyrean realm, which was enough even to injure him. Additionally, he knew one of the Dao opening sect's 4 primal paragons was not dead. Although she seemed severely injured and even her strength had dropped, it was not something he could deal with. And if he took the Dao opening sect's connection, like Empress Wu, it would be a stupid decision to make this kid into his enemy when he did not need to. It's simply not worth it, concluded Pei Lang before contacting Old Ma. We need to hurry our footsteps and be more aggressive. Sir, is this wise? We have already caused too much chaos and caught the attention of too many people, warned Old Ma. Don't worry. Destiny is on our side. Old Ma seemed to have thought something. Don't say anything. All right, he said with a bright smile. Is there anything else? Yes. Tell everything to prepare. I will break through soon. Old man's eyes grew larger. Sir, it's too dangerous. Over the years, how many people have tried to break through secretly? However, they will all be discovered by the 7, and if their method is clever, the 2 sons will always find them. If Mother Maitreya had discovered them, depending on the situation, she would only prevent the breakthrough. But if it's the other, death is the only thing left for them. No, it's the right time. As soon as I ended the conversation, I felt my opportunity was coming. Old Ma was still worried. He did not dare to doubt the intuition of a powerful cultivator, but given the situation, he could not help it. Look at your response, said Pei Lang, shaking his head. These people have put fear in the hearts of all sentient beings. Someone must stand up and show the people there is still light and hope. So, even if I fail, I will win. As you wish, sir, said Old Man, bowing deeply to the leader with determined eyes. The conversation ended, and Pei Lan stood silently in his room. He was not an altruistic person or a hero, he only started this revolution with other people because he refused to bow down to these lucky people. It's also because he saw an opportunity for fame, glory, and power, even if the danger was astronomical. As such, his actions did not truly bring hope to the people. If I can succeed in becoming a paragon, true heavenly Tao would definitely reward me with plenty of merit. The world was currently in a dark age and needed someone to bring people hope and ignite their passion. I need to plan carefully in case something happens so that I can escape and survive. Now was the best time for his breakthrough. One of the 8 disappeared, most likely running away to avoid the catastrophe. The remaining people were stuck fighting countless invasions from other chaos worlds. Although I don't know why the foreign world suddenly wishes to attack us, it doesn't matter to me for now. The only problem is with these two. According to his analysis, there is a major split between the two sons. Even before then, they had major contradictions, but they still worked together for a long time. But now, they seem to have turned into enemies. These two were the only true problem. However, my intuition told me that an opportunity for enlightening was coming. So, did something happen again with them? Pei Lang could not analyze more information, so he could only wait. So, he chose to focus on another task. He took a communication talisman and sent information to someone. She should be interested in this news, thought Pei Lang, refusing to acknowledge he contacted her as an excuse to talk to the most beautiful woman in the world. Huh? She actually replied? He thought with a smile, knowing his bet had worked. However, he did not talk for long as he sensed something. His gaze penetrated the walls, and looked at the sky. This is... He swiftly turned into the Prime Minister and rushed out of the room. Eternal Ascension World, Dark Truth, Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and the surroundings trembled slightly. His eyes looked at the conversation between Wang Wei and Pei Lang. Two pests meet and rapidly turn into a bigger pest, he thought, his eyes cold and indifferent as always. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. If not for another power blocking his intent, trillions of worlds and cosmos would have perished because of his simple desire to kill. While Supreme Unity was in a bad mood, Maithreya had a grin on the corner of her mouth. Two people she valued very much were meeting, plotting the destruction of this new era. She watched the entire conversation, including what Pei Lang said to old Ma afterward. I did not waste so much effort to shield you, she thought. Supreme Unity or his cronies would have long warned the Earth Emperor of Pei Lang's true identity if not for her protection. The chess board has been established. Although I now appear to have the advantage, Supreme Unity has not revealed his true trump cards yet, she analyzed. She overviewed everything she did and calculated endless possibilities. In the current situation, what is the best move I can make? The moment she asked herself that question, she had the answer. Remove his direct access to the game. That's the best way to ensure things proceed smoothly. Maithreya did not waste time and stood up from her position. Then, she released her aura. What's the meaning of this? Asked Supreme Unity indifferently. Please enlighten me, she said calmly, hands clasped and playing with a wooden prayer bead. Supreme Unity immediately knew her intentions. Remove him from the stage to give these people the breathing room to act. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to accept her ridiculous move. She did not care as much about the Eternal Ascension world as he did. If she had the choice, she would not hesitate to weaken the entire Chaos world to defeat him drastically, but he could not take such a risk. You don't care about the Dark Truth anymore? You and I know the involvement of the Dark Truth is beyond our grade, she replied calmly. Furthermore, the Dark Truth may not necessarily be bad. Fine, groaned Supreme Unity as he slowly stood up. He had long expected this possible outcome, so he was prepared. As such, it was not guaranteed he would lose this chess game. He took one last look at the world before disappearing. Maitreya followed him, and the two began a legendary battle. As soon as they started battling, countless scary eyes gazed at this battlefield, the weakest of whom were on par with these two. Some of the spectators were beings that those who did not even notice were watching. Origin Seal Continent, Wuhong appeared next to the Sword Empress. "She's gone." "Yes," replied the Sword Empress. "Worry about her? Worry won't do anything. If you say so. What are you going to do? Start reviving them." "Are you sure this is a good idea?" asked Wuhong. "Supreme Unity has been adamant about preventing them from returning. It could be argued it's his bottom line." "Maybe you're right, but I cannot let that stop me from trying." "Alright, but you still need to remain low-key. It's probably best not to return to your sect." "That's what I was planning," nodded the Sword Empress before looking in the distance. "I'm still worried about the foreign invasions. No cultivators like foreigners to invade their world and cause chaos." So, despite the current situation, she was worried about the state of the world. If the invasion is successful, the situation will indeed become more complicated, analyzed Wuhong. Right now, news of their fight should still be a secret. But once it's revealed, they will stop their temptation and send real powerhouses. Logically speaking, Supreme Unity should not let these people mess around in his territory. But who knows what he might do if he's pushed to a corner. The bigger picture is his ambition, continued Wuhong. Once he deals with his problem, the next step in his ascension of power should be to swallow the true heavenly Tao of other source chaos worlds. So, to prepare beforehand, he might use these invaders as pawns. Is that possible? We don't know the limit of his transcendence method, but as long as there is a small possibility, we must prepare. The Sword Empress groaned. Was it all right for us to open the path of transcendence? Even if we didn't, someone else would have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992 Worldchanging Expo Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei took the merit-proving method and read for another time. He did not expect this technique to have such a grand origin. He wondered what other wanderers the Sagehood path had, but the information in the book Wuhong left him was basic, more in the line to give him a certain understanding. He put the technique away before looking in the distance. It's been such a while, but no reaction. So, all evidence shows that Maitreya is indeed on our side and is protecting me. He did not think he could hide his conversation with Empyrean Jimin from Supreme Unity. However, just like the revolution was not instantly annihilated, the current situation was indicative that he was also protected and did not need to worry about the wrath of a half-step transcendence. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before checking on the world. Based on his observation, he soon realized the profession of the world was undergoing a renaissance. After Tong Rubing's invention of the talisman weapon, the other professions felt the need to innovate. The array masters immediately latched into Wu Ming's totem warrior path, trying to perfect it as soon as possible. Alchemist or pill refiners tried to innovate, focusing on Wang Wei's previous flaw innate pill. However, there was no progress despite the creation of many innate pills. Sadly, their success was due to absorbing innate qi in the environment, not because they recreated how heaven and earth refined innate pills. As a result, Ho Shu's material alchemy had a new resurgence as alchemists focused more on this underdeveloped field. Weapon refiners were the weakest of the group as they had no new ideas for innovation. So, they took inspiration from Chen Chen and began focusing on creating extremely large weapon creations. For example, creating an entire city that is an origin weapon. Even minor professions like puppetry had a boost as the concept of flesh puppets suddenly became popular. Wang Wei looked at everything with a satisfied smile. It's time for Liling and the Dao opening sect to take the stage in this age of innovation. He sent an order, and soon afterward, Yan Liling left the retreat. Not long after her appearance, another worldwide announcement in the dream world similar to Tong Ruobing appeared. The alchemists all over the world were excited. In this generation, each primary profession had a prodigy that represented the peak of that field. Yan Liling was for alchemists, just like Tong Ruobing was for talisman makers. Now that Yan Liling appeared in the same fashion as Tong Ruobing, they knew something major would appear. They were right. She first introduced the automatic cauldron to the world, shocking people as to how much such an invention would revolutionize the world, not in a good way. The way these alchemists saw this invention was something that would replace them, rendering them useless. Well, even if it did not do that, it would still lower their status and value in the world. If Yan Liling was not from such a powerful faction with the heavenly emperor behind her, they would have killed her at all costs and destroyed that so-called heaven and earth mechanical cauldron. Yan Liling noticed how these people felt during this expo, so she reassured them this product would not replace alchemists. On the contrary, they would become more valuable. The device could not function without the recipe, so alchemists will develop more in that direction. She then announces that the cauldron will become a new setting in the dream world simply called alchemy. Anyone can pay to refine a pill. However, unlike before, where all transactions only use dream coins, this setting requires actual payment. Non-alchemists, especially loose cultivators and people from weak factions, were the most excited by this development. From now on, as long as they have the material and the fee, they won't have to worry about finding an alchemist to refine pills for them. The alchemists finally could not hide their anger and hatred. Such a new development was definitely targeting their profession. However, Yan Liling did not care about their reaction as she continued. The news she revealed next still shocked the world. The creation of immortal runes. From now on, a new class above quasi-emperor tier. Immortal tier alchemist. Tong Ruobing did not hide her immortal rune system, publishing its basics to the public. She also left a recording in the dream world of her refining an immortal tier pill called Qi Replenishing Pill, which helps immortal sovereigns rapidly recover their lost immortal Qi. The world of alchemy was shocked, with many people believing this video was fake. It was created from the home setting of the dream world. Unfortunately, the purple merit that descended on the Dao opening sect showed them it was true. For so many years, alchemists have wanted to break this limit and refine immortal pills. According to lost records, some talented alchemists might have succeeded, and there are signs that such a thing was more common before the Null Era. However, no one had actually created a replicable system until Yan Liling. Immediately after the Expo, most upper echelon alchemists forgot about the issue with the automated cauldron. They dedicated all their time and effort to refining an immortal tier pill. Although Yan Liling warned them the threshold to become an immortal tier alchemist was extremely high, those people had confidence because of one thing: the dream world. Although they had to repay for immortal tier simulation, most of these alchemists were rich or had powerful factions to back them. So, they could afford the price of millions of attempts. They all had the attitude that even if their talent were not on par, they would use hard work and unlimited resources to pill themselves to become an immortal alchemist. After all, if they succeed, the reward will not be simple wealth and glory. With the right pill, they can extend their lifespan to the limit of mortals. Their strength might reach a new height, along with many other advantages. While the world of alchemy was experiencing drastic change, the Dao opening sect struck again with another exhibition. They revealed 2 unfinished projects, an automatic weapon refining cauldron and creating the ultimate array. The other professions who were reveling in the fact that the alchemist era was coming to an end received a system shock after this announcement. Luckily, the project was incomplete, leaving room for them to improve. Now, they faced a dilemma: should they participate in the creation of this project, receive merit, and leave their name in the annals of history, or ignore it and hope it never gets finished. Ultimately, these people could not resist the temptation of wealth and fame. Many talented and accomplished array master and weapon refiners signed up for the project. After being tested, the Dao opening sect selected the best to work on the project. Heavenly Court, is it true when they say power is charming? I haven't seen you in a while, but you look more handsome, big brother, said Yen Liling with a smile. I have been thinking about this too. Recently, I have found it difficult to stop staring at myself in the mirror, replied Wang Wei as he gave her a hug. They sat opposite each other and served tea. How did the exhibition feel? Were you nervous? Not really, at least not until these people wanted to kill me, sighed Yen Liling. Although I expected this response, I did not expect it would be to this degree. Luckily, I diverted their interest to the new immortal rune system. Otherwise, the backlash from this reveal would have been more severe. Great progress that revolutionized any field is rarely done so peacefully, said Wang Wei calmly. The automatic cauldron is the future of the world. It will impact how resources are distributed, the rising path of regular cultivators, and even how future wars are fought. Once the idea appears in the world, it's impossible for these people to stop its development. True, but if for your strength and support, they could delay it for thousands of generations, if not more. Wang Wei agreed to that statement. Despite how ancient it is, the cultivator world has not changed much since its inception. At first, this anomaly seemed odd, but it's understandable when you think about it logically. Few people can accept drastic and constant changes in their lives. So, with the cultivator world having immortal beings that have lived for far too long, it made sense these people would not easily allow the world to change. Whether out of a necessity to maintain their power and control or because of a sense of familiarity, changes are usually not a good thing for them. As such, many of them spend too much time trying to maintain the status quo. So, what's your next plan? Asked Wang Wei. I have to help the sect modify the immortal system to function for other professions, replied Yen Liling. Her immortal runes were designed specifically for pill refining, but with some fine-tuning, they could be changed to aid the other professions. After that? Afterward, I will prepare to face the heaven chosen of the endless void. Her goal is to be number 1 on the list of young alchemists and among the top 10 alchemists of the lower dimension. With the luck and destinies of these two lists, she won't have much of a problem after proving the Tao. That's an excellent plan. Before I open the list of professions, I will recreate the imprint of all famous pill emperors in the lower dimension, and you can learn from them first. Yen Liling's eyes lit up after hearing this. If she could hear the sermon and watch countless pill emperors refine pills, her alchemy Tao would reach an imaginable level, and she might have a chance to dominate these two lists. She smiled, thinking how wonderful it was to have an overpowered big brother who controlled the power of fate. The things he can do and the advantages he can give her are simply wonderful. The two talked and spent a few days together before returning to their busy schedule. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993 Alliance. After his talk with Yen Liling, Wang Wei returned to his cultivation as he silently watched over the world. However, it did not take him long before he received a summon from the steward and had to send a projection to another community. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect. The Dharma Sword Sect was once one of the best factions in this world. However, in this generation, they cultivated their first eternal emperor and a truly peerless talent. Today, all the upper echelons of the sect, including the one from the immortal realm, waited outside Sword Heart Mountain. Countless eyes gazed at the metallic mountain that was composed of trillions of swords and was emanating a terrifying Tao rhyme that any swordsman would salivate over. Has it been confirmed that the sect master will exit his retreat today? Asked a supreme elder in the quasi-emperor realm. That's what the ancestors said, so it should be true, replied another supreme elder. All we have to do is wait. Everyone nodded and remained quiet. More than half an hour later, a supreme sword will manifested above the sky before turning into dough rhymes that fused with Sword Heart Mountain. A few seconds later, Ji Lanfang appeared in white clothes before them. His aura was peaceful and less restrained, appearing as if he had returned to his carefree nature in his youth. However, they would be mistaken if someone had this notion about him. Underneath that carefree attitude was unparalleled power and confidence. What is it with all this fanfare? Did something happen? Asked Ji Lanfang. He usually does not like these over-the-top ceremonies, and these people knew this. But for all of them to appear here showed their anxiety. Fanger, something happened that needs you to make a decision, said an elderly man with no eyebrows. For many reasons, no one would dare make fun of this man despite his odd look. Firstly, he cultivated a monster apprentice, like Ji Lanfang or the Sword Flash Emperor. Although Kong Bolin claimed he rarely taught his apprentice anything and did not like to take too much credit for the latter's success, it did not change he was the one who discovered Ji Lanfang and introduced him to the way of the sword. Secondly, despite failing his generation's battle, Kong Bolin was also a great swordsman known as the Righteous Heart Sword God. His title was due to his accomplishments and also his personality. For example, his eyebrows are gone because he made a non-binding bet with someone once and lost. So, he kept his word despite having multiple opportunities to grow them back without the world seeing him any differently. In the end, what exactly happened? Asked Ji Lanfang, who instantly scanned the entire Immortal Ascension world and did not find any trouble, changes, or chaos. Let's go to the hall to discuss, said Kong Bolin, and the group immediately headed to the sect master hall. A delegate from the Dao opening sect arrived a while ago, he explained immediately as soon as his adopted son sat on the chair. The Dao opening sect, muttered Ji Lanfang as he observed his left hand. Different from his right, the skin on his left hand was gray, making the entire aesthetic of his body slightly odd and appealing at the same time. After his battle with Wang Tian, he lost his arm to the power of nothingness. However, such a disability did not stop him as he suppressed his generation with one arm. After proving the Dao, he did not immediately regenerate his arm. Instead, he spent time gathering the power of nothingness to condense a new arm capable of withstanding the power of that strike and maybe even going beyond. I'm guessing it's not a simple invite since all of you are so riled up, he stated. You're correct. They wanted an alliance between our two worlds, but that's not the key issue. Oh, so Wang Wei was indeed the final winner. Well, it would be surprising if he did not win. Focus, said Kong Bolin. Oh, right, you said this was not the crux of the issue. So, what was it? The Heavenly Emperor karmic position, replied Kong Bolin before explaining everything to his adopted son. Ji Lanfang was quiet after hearing everything before saying, I have no interest in the Heavenly Emperor position. However, it is indeed a good way to accelerate my cultivation, he commented. This comment did not surprise people since they understood their sect master quite well. Why did the Dao opening sect reveal such important news so easily? Asked Ji Lanfang. The alliance was not even established, yet they granted them this information for free. According to the ambassador, news about the position was leaked to a few dozen heavenwell world. So, the information is not as valuable as we thought? No, knowing Wang Wei, he won't ask us for an alliance with such useless news. That's correct. The ambassador claimed their leader was the first person to open this path, and anyone who came afterward had to pay him compensation. As allies, we don't have to pay. Pay compensation? How did he ensure people would definitely pay? According to them, he cursed the entire position. So, anyone who refuses to pay will suffer a fate worse than death. Curse the entire position? Ji Lanfang frowned after hearing this. It's not impossible to do such a thing, but it would require Wang Wei to secretly travel to all 3800 Heaven Worldwill and cast that curse. However, his intuition as a swordsman told him things were not so simple. He closed his eyes as he tried to deduce some information. However, over the years, he had studied countless sword techniques, including the Sword of Fate, which can be used for divination and affect a person's fate. Or the causality sword, that is guaranteed to hit his opponent no matter the circumstance. What a terrifying curse, exclaimed Ji Lanfang as he opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. Fanger, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm just surprised how powerful he was. Even you can't defeat him? If that curse is an indication of his power, I doubt anyone in the lower dimension is his opponent. So scary? Ji Lanfang did not say anything else. Words alone cannot describe the terror of that curse. His master did not continue on this topic, so he asked instead, what do you think? It's fine to ally with them. I've always believed Wang Wei was ambitious and had grand plans. With his ruthlessness, he won't hesitate to deal with us if we get in his way. So cruel? No, he still values family and friendship. So, he would probably seal or exile me for his father's sake. However, I don't know how he would treat the sect. So, what you're saying is we should use his rise to get as many benefits as possible? Correct. Sect Master, may I say something, said another Supreme Elder. Don't be so restrained. We are swordsmen, so be bold. Alright. My concern resonates with the Sect Master's words. We are swordsmen, so our mind needs to keep a certain level of purity and alienation toward the mundane world. I'm worried that our alliance with the Dao opening sect will have an adverse effect. Especially if we focus too much on pursuing profit. That's a valid concern, nodded Ji Lanfang. The main reason I accepted the alliance so easily is because of the revival of the ultimate swordsmanship path in the next generation. That time is when our sect can truly rise and benefit the most. However, I won't be present then, so we might have to rely on the Dao opening sect to guarantee our benefit. The ultimate sword path has almost ruined their sect due to internal contradictions. Luckily, the sect master proved the Dao and ensured the transition of the sect with minimal loss. However, despite this change, the extreme sword path has not died yet, with some reckless and stubborn people remaining. No one knows what these people will do once Ji Lanfang leaves, so he must prepare for the true rise of the extreme sword path in the next generation. As long as the sect master has this in his heart, nodded the Supreme Elder. Since it's decided, let's discuss how to establish the court, continued Kong Bolan. According to the ambassador, other factions will intervene in the process, and Wang Wei offers his help if we need it, but at a price. From how you speak, it seems they have encountered a similar situation before. Yes, in the Star Beast world. Muley? Asked Ji Lanfang, remembering the deception trial. Yes, him. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, we can deal with the chaos as long as everyone does not immediately surround us. He was an eternal supreme with a fourfold battle realm, so dealing with a dozen immortal sovereigns was not a problem. In that case, let's plan things slowly and perfectly, said Kong Bolan with a wide smile, making him look even weirder without his eyebrows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.